All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We are live. I'm gonna go through some of the new watches posted at Ineichen Zürich, which is, as you might know already, one of the oldest auction houses that deal in wristwatches. They always have some interesting timed auctions going on, and every so often, a few times a year, they also curate um, again larger collections around a certain theme. We talked about their auction on the tourbillon last time, which was a little bit devastating for them because only a small percentage of the watches they posted actually sold. Now they have a much broader category, which is actually vintage and neo vintage watches, which they called vintage and modern vintage, which is kind of a contradiction in terms, with the neo vintage term already being a little bit clunky and at times confusing. I can understand the discomfort, but I don't like it when people just throw around things to see if it sticks. So let's start with a new release, actually. Um, Cartier just introduced the Crash London in platinum. So let's take a look at that. This comes in the heels of another New Bond Street exclusive they had released in 2018. That was Cartier Crash in yellow gold. That was exclusively sold at the New Bond Street store. Um, it was exclusive to the point that they only allocated one per month. So, by now, I suppose there would be about 50 of them. Of course, that was in addition to some of the pieces that they make to order through their custom program, which uh, the late George Kramer actually laid out in some really descriptive and informative articles. Um, if you would be interested, please write in the chat and I will be happy to send the links to you in the chat. But at any rate, that was in yellow gold, much like the original version. It did have a few cosmetic differences, of course. For example, the script London was replaced by Swiss made, but all in all, it was a pretty faithful reproduction. It was also released in this diamond encrusted, jeweled, bedazzled, Certi version with diamonds. That was, I believe, to the tune of about 15 examples. As far as I understand, it is being replaced now by this platinum version. I'm not sure if the yellow gold will still be available, but I don't want to mislead you. In either case, this will be just as exclusive, if not more. Of course, since the original Cartier London Crash was not really made in platinum, this is more of a reinterpretation of an iconic model of Cartier's own history rather than necessarily a re-edition. There is, of course, that beautiful silver dial with elongated and stylized Roman numerals that fit the misshapen, largely oval case. As Cartier is wont, the crown, the beaded crown, is topped off with a ruby as opposed to a sapphire, which they use very frequently, of course, with their other precious metal pieces. The characteristic heat blued stainless steel blue stainless the classic heat blued stainless steel sword hands remain. Again, matching the original, this piece actually does not have a secret signature at 7, or for that matter at 10. It also does not have the so-called watchmaker's 4, which is usually represented with 4 sticks rather than the correct way of writing 4 in Roman numerals, which is like IV, right? Subtracting 1 from 5. The yellow gold version was, I believe, something like $30,000, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. This particular edition is predictably a little more expensive, 43,000 in pounds sterling, including taxes. It is matched with a similarly misshapen or melted folding buckle. It is signed on the case back with the logo of the New Bond Street boutique, solidifying the connection between the Cartier London premises and this particular model. After all, it was designed and introduced from Cartier London in a collaboration by the designer Rupert Emerson and Jean-Jacques Cartier, who ran the house in London. There's a minor technical difference which may disappoint some purists. The caliber 1917 MC replaces the caliber 8971 MC. So the previous yellow gold version was powered by the Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 846 based movement, which was also used in a number of other Cartier watches, including some versions of the Tank Louis and Tank Centré and similar pieces. Since in Tank Louis, that caliber was replaced by quote unquote the in-house 1917 MC. It was perhaps expected and predictable that it would be replaced here for the new version, the new edition of the Cartier Crash in platinum as well. The movement beats at 3 hertz and has a power reserve of 38 hours, hand wound, tonneau-shaped movement, so should be mostly at home in the particularly and carefully misshapen case of the Cartier Crash. Yes, why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos, as they say? Why not both? My astigmatism is pretty bad too. And my outfit is kind of funky as well. So maybe it will match the Cartier Crash. Since I'm talking about the cool kids watch Cartier Crash, I wanted to wear my "How are you doing, fellow kids" outfit. Should have shaved the beard too, but I was too lazy. Where is that? How I wanted to share that meme. Pretty good, huh? I mean, as an impression, as a Buscemi impression. Um, no, look, honestly, I think Cartier Crash is cool. I don't necessarily pretend to understand or condemn the hype around it. I'm just not excited about it. The Pebble, I never understood. I That watch I never quite wrapped my head around. The allure of this particular watch I can understand, even though I don't necessarily participate in it. But it is an important piece of news that they now have a platinum version of it sold exclusively through the new Bond Street location. Um, and even though it is not technically a limited edition, and even though they haven't announced yet the numbers as they did with the 2018 18 karat yellow gold edition, you can more or less assume that they won't allocate more than one of these per month. Ali Reza, thank you so much. 1744 in US dollars. Have a good show. I'm wiped out, but we'll see you in a few days. Take care. Junior Johnson, nice to see you, my man. Thank you. And thank you also for your comments on the Breguet and Daniel Roth video that I posted today. As you guys know, there's now also a membership for the channel on YouTube. The initiate level is $4.99, and Ali Reza was generous enough that he gifted 15 memberships on the day they were introduced. and JJ was one of the people who claimed those. So I keep posting 3 per week, some of the videos from the archives that I so far had only shared with my Patreon subscribers, with my big 6, so to speak, my most ardent, loyal, and consistent supporters on Patreon, which includes, as it happens, Ali Reza, Jake Brooks, Corrado Galizia, Gundog, Bezos, and also Avo. But yes, so Ali gave 15 of these memberships as presents. JJ was one of the people who claimed them. I think there are still 2 more floating around that you can grab. So make sure you allow gifts on the channel. If you want to sign up on your own, of course, that is always possible. You may have already missed out on the free trial there, but trust me, the content that is getting posted, the exclusives that you get are actually more than enough initiative for you to try to avail yourself at $4.99 per month. There's of course going to be more to come over time, and stay tuned for that. So the Cartier crash in platinum, exclusive to the London Maison, at 43,000 pounds sterling a pop, which is not cheap by any means, but considering how covetable and how desirable, how hyped the piece has become in its original versions, to the point that some of the scammers and schemers started producing relatively convincing fakes. It is somehow sounding reasonable now to say that, hey, 43,000 pounds sterling for a crash in platinum might actually be okay. Anyway, very much first world problems, very much 1%er problems even, because I don't think many of us mortals even stand a chance to be considered for an allocation of this piece, even if we were to camp out in front of the New Bond Street location. So we go to some of the lots at Ineichen, Zürich. Let's look at the timed pieces first that were just posted. These don't necessarily follow a particular line or theme. These are just an assortment of watches that people have consigned with them. And there's a very interesting selection, nevertheless, which I wanted to share with you. And I think the most appealing piece is the big block chronograph. With that, I also want to say, if any of you are still stuck only watch auction, if you would like to direct my attention to any of the lots, if you want me to discuss any pieces from there, feel free to send me the lot number or send me the name of the maker, and I'll be more than happy to pull them up. I'm working on 2 shorts based on these pieces, some of my top choices. which will include, of course, this modern remake of the quote-unquote big block chronograph. I think this was a stunning watch. I appreciated the very discreet placement without the cyclops of the date window. Of course, much like everybody else who pays any attention to the auction circuit, I'm a big fan of the JPS color scheme. As you know, the Jump Player Special gold Daytonas are some of the most desirable and collectible pieces on the auction market. They are named after the livery of Team Lotus. I still remember digging through some of the older pictures of Ayrton Senna and seeing him racing in one of those Lotus cars with the Jump Player and Sons livery. So I love that configuration. Here specifically, hearkening back to that 6912 layout for the chronograph, except of course this particular Prince 1 chronograph or Prince chronograph 1 is outfitted with, or fitted out rather, with a new Tudor Kinesi manufacturer caliber that is in prototype stage, and that will most probably replace the current Tudor chronograph movement, which is, of course, essentially borrowed from Breitling, essentially built on the base of Breitling B01. I believe it's called something like MT 5813. This one was built MT 59XX. Since it is still a prototype, it's not properly named. At any rate, the original big block, of which you see an example right here on Ineichen's timed lots as lot number 220, was actually the first self-winding chronograph that the Crown introduced, so to speak, in 1976. So long before, 12 some years before it's outfitted its Daytona with an automatic movement. The house had introduced under the Tudor brand a self-winding chronograph using the Valjoux ETA 7750, and that, of course, you can almost immediately recognize from that particular layout, with the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, continuous running seconds at 9, and a 30-minute totalizer at 12, with a much larger date window, as you can see, at 3 o'clock, which is magnified by the Cyclops, which has, over time, of course, become probably the most recognizable thing about a Rolex watch. Here, of course, we're looking at a Tudor Prince Chronotime, mostly known as the Big Block, for its rather blocky appearance from the profile. Powered by the workhorse 7750 movement by Valjoux. And here, a pretty decent example with an oyster bracelet branded on the clasp with the Tudor shield, a case back that is engraved as an original oyster case by Rolex, and the coronet. And finally, a beautiful silver sunburst dial that takes on the appearance of that beloved panda with the radial guilloche detailed black chronograph registers. Stainless steel case is matched by the stainless steel bezel for the tachymeter. And as you can see, the pushers are also screw down. This is a Tudor big block chronograph put up on auction as lot number 22 by Ineichen Zürich. The current bid stands at 3,800. Let me see. Let me just convert it to US dollars here. The current bid actually stands at 4,250 in US dollars. There's also a fixed price of 14,500 in US dollars, which can end the auction at any point in time. That seems like a very inflated price. I don't expect anyone would take that option, even with the current excitement about this particular chronograph, even with the rediscovery, re-emergence of the chronograph by Tudor, the big block. Of course, as always, there's no buyer's premium involved. So what you see is what you get. There are about 6 days to go. And once again, the bidding stands at 4,250 in US dollars for the Tudor big block chronograph. There's quartz powered Royal Oak at the next lot. This is also the reduced size, 56-175. SA standing for steel and 18 karat yellow gold. So this is the two-tone execution with the octagonal bezel and 18 karat yellow gold, as well as the tapering bracelet interlinks and the gold fixtures on the dial. 33 millimeters of a case diameter, and of course, an incredibly thin profile on the case. Very much a shrunk version of the Royal Oak Jumbo, right? This is what happens to your Royal Oak Jumbo when you forget it in the pocket of your hoodie and put it into the dryer after washing it. It shrinks and becomes a quartz powered piece. 5402 becomes 56-175. Joking aside, of course, unlike the 4100s or 14790, This piece does not have a second sand, much like the jumbo. It is also very, very thin, much like the jumbo. So people have argued in the past that compared to 36, 37, 35, 36, 37 millimeter sized versions of the Royal Oak that had the sweep center second sand, this was perhaps a more faithfully shrunk version. I respectfully disagree. I'm not, again, I don't have a case against quartz movements um, overall, but somehow see it a little off-putting in a Royal Oak. But nevertheless, there are a few interesting options when it comes to this particular reference number. After all, this reference number is also home to the Royal Oak Championship, right, which was the first AP watch produced for Nick Faldo after he won back-to-back I want to say, what was it, the Open and the Masters, I believe, back-to-back in 1990. So 56 175 TT was actually in tantalum on the integrated bracelet with steel accents, including the octagonal bezel and the tapering interlinks of the bracelet. It actually came with a rather original and intriguing presentation box as well. A very interesting version of the Royal Oak, considering that it was also largely made in tantalum in a tone-on-tone aesthetic. Anyway, this is also interesting, although it doesn't really strike my fancy. There is an option for a fixed price, which is set at 11,150 in US dollars, which is not the best price, not a steal by any means, but still decent enough, even for this model. And the current bid stands at 4,500, with about 6 days left on the clock for this AP Royal Oak in 33 millimeters with a quartz movement. The reference number is 56 175 SI in this case to indicate the bimetal two-tone execution. The bidding stands at $4,500 with 6 days to go. Hey, Reaper, how are you doing, man? So we're looking actually at an Omega DeVille chronograph, which runs on the same caliber that replaced 321 on the Moonwatch, namely the 861, the Lemania based still, but cam switching hand wound movements. Of course, this is a piece that differs significantly from an aesthetic standpoint from the Moonwatch, from the Speedmaster. Even though you have a similar all-black aesthetic, you have a much dressier watch with abbreviated but polished indices for the hours. Rather thin and delicate Dauphine hands for the hour and minutes. But again, the all black 3 register chronograph layout is pretty much the same. This is, of course, a much smaller watch as well, at 36 millimeters. The case with its rounded flanks and slightly droopy teardrop-shaped lugs is once again much more stylized compared to the Speedmaster Professional case with the lyre lugs that do have, yes, in their own a stylized look, but that is much more muscular in a way. Here are the pump pushers and the signed crown from the profile. What is seemingly a generic buckle, and the case back embossed with Omega leather and the inscription. A rather round case with a stepped bezel and stubby lugs. At 36 millimeters with a black dial, it seems to give most of its real estate to the dial and has perhaps a slightly more imposing look than what the pure number might suggest. This is lot 219 at Ineichen, Zürich, timed auctions. The bidding stands at 1,600 in US dollars, with about 6 days left on the clock, and the fixed price, which might end the auction at any point, is set at 5,600 in US dollars. As always, there's no buyer's premium involved at Ineichen, Zürich. Just give me one moment as I would like to grab a quick drink. But I'll be with you again almost right away. You're looking at Maurice Lacroix masterpiece chronograph. All right, I'm back. Well, you are adopting Reaper's tagline now. I don't like this watch at all. I kind of like it. I'm not a big fan of Maurice Lacroix in general, but these chronographs that they built on the base of movements looking like the classic Venus 175. I like the ones that are built on the version that was designed by the famous Andreas Strehler, the ML 106. This particular one is built on the ML 36, which is still rather faithful structurally, architecturally to that Venus 175, the classic movement. It is, however, not as well constructed, finished, and assembled as that one. And this particular case is also humongous, if you ask me, which some people might prefer, but 43.5 millimeters, it's certainly not for me. Although again, I do have a soft spot. I like this engine turned bezel. I like that there is a couple of different guilloche designs on the dial with a kind of hobnail decoration on the chronograph registers, and at the center dial there's kind of a wavy pattern. I will say that the oversized Arabic numerals give this old school military / trench watch feel, which is kind of disorienting, kind of disjointed, because this is very much an oversized dress watch. So I don't quite get that, right? You know, the heat blued Breguet hands, guilloche dial with those numerals, it doesn't quite make sense to me. So the overall aesthetic is a little disorienting, I admit that. But the case I really like as a design, you know, with the decorated bezel, the stepped lugs. I don't know, either the case should be more angular, a little more sporty, a little more aggressive, if not necessarily sporty. It looks too elegant for those, you know, Arabic numerals that look like, you know, trench watch style. Or the case should be smaller and, you know, similarly styled with Roman numerals on the dial or something. But again, I like the idea, not necessarily the execution, I suppose. Apparently a limited edition of 150 pieces. This particular watch happens to be number 75. It is lot 222. Current highest bid is 3,350 in US dollars, with about $6 to go. It's someone from Serbia who is ahead right now. There is also a fixed price of $10,050 USD. I think that's a little inflated, so I don't think anyone would be taking that option. As always, no buyer's premium. Yeah, I don't usually mind you know, the cutoff numbers, but somehow I associate that with a sporty look, you know. So if this were a slightly smaller, you know, watch with like a black dial with luminous numerals. Oh, on that note, I'll show you guys a watch right after this that I thought was a really stunning piece, and a really unique one too, and had an interesting price point for what it represented. The numbers reminded me of it. So let's look at one more watch and then use that as an intermission before we get to the vintage and neo vintage selection of Ineichen. The Oysterdate Precision, which very much has that sort of classic oyster perpetual look. I really like it. This is 34 millimeters with a white dial, gilt fixtures, including the alpha hands filled with lume, and a blued sweep center seconds hand. Looks really nicely matched with that NATO strap, I have to say. The case is not the healthiest that I've seen, honestly. Seems a little enthusiastically polished, so to speak. But I really like the style, if not necessarily this particular example of the watch. This is the Rolex Oysterdate Precision, a 70s number in 34 millimeter stainless steel case at lot 217 with a fixed price of 5,600, which seems like a very optimistic price point. Let's put it like that. But the current bid stands at 1,800 in US dollars with about 6 days to go. So it should be interesting. It will be interesting to see where this actually leads, but the aesthetic is amazing. Okay, so this is a watch that I came across when I was looking at blog to watch, belonging to a brand called Patria, which is pretty newly revived, just a few years ago in 2019, but is actually a brand with some heritage. And I really love the aesthetic of this brand, from the case to the dial, you know, to the way they built the hands, and to the way they match that field watch aesthetic with a tourbillon. I really appreciated it. This is what they call the Brigadier Tourbillon Subscription Edition. It harkens back to those days of the First World War, where Patria made these 13 Ligne 36 millimeter wristwatches with large radium numerals that it supplied to the War Office. The brand would apparently fade into history by 1940s, so didn't even make it to the quartz crisis to speak of. It looks amazing on this golden brown strap with contrast stitching. God damn. And that's a sexy watch. It was apparently resurrected in 2019 as a brand by Jolyon Lambert, the British watch designer, and co-founder Adam Stansfield. They didn't want to start from scratch, but rather resurrect a brand with some heritage. They used a kind of custom superluminova mix to achieve that caramel-like color, which harkens back to the original radium material. Those sit against a genuine white enamel dial. The minute track is indicated on the chapter ring, which gives the dial some beautiful depth. The hands are flame blued and flame shaped, incidentally, loomed with the same material. And really beautifully finished. And of course, there's a 1 minute tourbillon at 6 o'clock, which has a flame blued seconds hand that pivots on it, and of which the bridge is bolted into the dial with similarly heat blued screws. I really love the case too, because it has this rather, angular presence. It is largely grain brushed, but has that relatively slim but beautifully polished bezel, and nice chamfers on the lugs as well that give that distinct accent with the polishing. It's really a great looking watch on the wrist and a very interesting style. Apparently, for this proprietary movement, Patria collaborated with Olivier Maury. The movement is called PA 130. It's a movement with hand wound movement with a 5-day power reserve. The prototype has a frosted finish on the bridges, but apparently the final product will have these fine Geneva stripes that it will combine with some perlage as well. So it will be a more finely finished movement overall in the final version. You can see some of the perlage here on this rendering under the ratchet wheel as well. Large heat blued screws. Some nice polishing on the countersinks where the rubies and some of those screws sit. The case apparently is 39.5 millimeters in diameter and 12 millimeters in thickness, which is reasonable. And for all that, this is a 40-piece limited run, and it is priced at 18,000 Swiss francs plus taxes and shipping, with 6,300 Swiss francs as a deposit to place the order, since it is a subscription edition, as they mentioned. I think that's a really interesting piece for for patronage, so to speak, right? If you genuinely feel that this is a brand that you would like to support, if you feel that this is a watch that you would like to invest in, and see how the brand shapes up in the next few years, it is certainly worth taking a look. Honestly, I have not seen any of the other watches that they have produced. But by and large, they take that trench slash field watch aesthetic, and as far as I know, they were founded by the same person who founded Omega, Louis Brandt. So interesting mix of histories there, an interesting meeting, interesting overlap in terms of horological history there. Here's a picture, by the way, of just to compare it here with the Brigadier Tourbillon subscription edition. This is the kind of trench watch they were basing it on. I think it's a really exciting project. Of course, I would rather have the benefit of taking a close look at least some of their watches, if not the tourbillon itself, to make a decision. But they're offering it at a price point that is attractive enough that some might be willing to take the risk, and they have about 40 examples, so I'm sure they should be able to sell them with relative ease. Please hit the like button, as I am switching back to Ineichen and taking a look at their selection of vintage and neo-vintage watches. As you can see, this is about almost 4 dozen watches Very interesting pieces. Some usual suspects, some very original stuff. I think overall a very exciting selection. And I look forward to go through them with you momentarily. And why not start right at the top with an A. Lange und Söhne rectangular watch, the currently out of catalog Cabaret in its Darth version. Usually people call Darth those models of Lange watches that have black dials with matching black for the background of the date wheels. Especially so when the case of that watch is in platinum, which is in fact the case here, where we have a platinum case that is 25.5 by 36.5 millimeters. What we have is a rectangular case with a stepped rectangular bezel and rather angular lugs. With a matching pin buckle in platinum, a black dial with Roman numerals at the quarters and diamond-shaped markers for even numbers. Well, is that the case? Not really. Scratch that. But yes, it's a combination of Roman numerals at quarters and lozenge-shaped or diamond-shaped markers. Black dial, black background for the date wheel, and a nicely patinated, properly formed movement that you can glimpse onto through the case back. That bridge plate made out of the alloy called German silver, which is a mix of nickel, copper, and zinc. As you know, initially has this yellowish hue, which in time seems to take on even a certain kind of patina and reaches this rich champagne-like hue over time, which I think is very charming. Of course, you do have those heat blued screws and the rubies that are set into gold chaton, a swan neck regulator which sits on the freehand engraved balance cock. This is the Darth version of the A. Lange und Söhne Cabaret in platinum, black dial, presented on a leather strap with the matching tang buckle. For lot one, the fixed price, the buy it now option is 50,150 in US dollars. With about 12 days to go, the bidding currently stands at 20,650 in US dollars. Once again, There's no buyer's premium involved, so what you see is what you will end up paying when the hammer is slammed down. That was lot one. At lot two, we have Parmigiani Toric chronograph in pink gold. As you guys know, King Charles III wears a version of this in yellow gold. And ever since he has been crowned, there seems to be some measure of interest in these pieces. They were almost completely obscure before that. I really love the black dial on this one with Roman numerals for hour markers. Pink gold hands that match the tones of the case with the signature of the brand on a plaque at 12 o'clock. And the guilloche decoration at the center of the dial in the brand's signature grain d'orge or barley corn pattern. It was a cultural moment, I suppose, that a lot of self-winding chronographs, whether you looked at Rolex, Daniel Roth, or as you see here to Parmigiani Toric, were based on the Zenith El Primero caliber 400, which is the case here. The one unusual thing about Parmigiani's iteration is how they place the date window at 1:30 rather than 4:30. And that window is framed in gold here as well. 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, 12-minute counter at 6, and the continuous running seconds at 9. The name Toric comes from an inspiration in ancient Greek architecture, since the form of the case is inspired by the foundations of Doric columns with that double stepped bezel with a fluted decoration, which is actually replicated even on the case back, where you can glimpse into Parmigiani's version of the El Primero caliber 400, set with a beautiful full gold rotor that carries the KF medallion logo. The screws are heat blued as well. And you probably saw from this profile the beautifully kidney-shaped pushers and the sapphire cabochon that tops off the crown. There's a rounded profile to the case band, and the individually soldered lugs have a subtle teardrop shape. A very elegant case. This is the Parmigiani Toric chronograph, 40 millimeters, very much a contemporary but relatively timeless sizing for this piece, which looks very elegant, but also rather striking in this combination of pink gold and a black dial. The fixed price is 22,300, which may be actually triggered because it's not too unreasonable. This is lot number 2, for which the bidding currently stands at 8,950 in US dollars, with about 12 days left on the clock. Oh, Jack, you are being very kind. Watching Brando and Fellini simultaneously, I feel so unbelievably cultured. I think you are getting your culture from Fellini there, and not necessarily from me. But I try my best. Hey, for what I do, I am peerless. I'm not going to talk myself down, but I can't compare possibly my production to Fellini. Number 3 is another beautiful example of the Toric. In this case, what you're looking at is a perpetual calendar. With a retrograde date indicator. Once again, we are looking at a Toric case, this time in yellow gold with 40 millimeters in diameter. The same construction with the double-stepped bezel that is decorated, detailed by that fine fluting, quote-unquote coin edging. The minutes / seconds track is matching the tones of the gold case, as does the scale for the date, which is in the form of a downward facing crescent at the top half of the dial, silvered opaline white with that distinctive barleycorn pattern in guilloche. Moon phase at 6 o'clock. Sweep center seconds is a fine heat blued hand with a crescent shape as its counterweight. And you have a very striking, likewise heat blued, pointed arrow hand that indicates the date along that downward facing crescent shaped scale. And that is a retrograde hand again, which snaps back at the beginning of each month to 1. There are 2 apertures. At 3 o'clock, you have the one for the month, at 9 o'clock for the day of the week. And then there's a porthole-like opening right under the date scale at around 12 o'clock, which is for the leap year. And on the opaline white center dial, you have an oval-shaped plaque that carries the signature of the brand, Parmigiani Toric. Very handsome watch, again, which has a pin buckle with a similarly fluted detail to match the decoration of the bezels. Pardon me. Um, the crown, once again, is topped off with a sapphire cabochon, teardrop lugs, and you have, once again, a full gold rotor for the self-winding movements. The case back also has a fluted detail framing it. Very elegant piece, lovely execution of the perpetual calendar with a retrograde dates by Parmigiani Toric. This piece at lot number 3 has a fixed price of $33,450 in US dollars, and the current bid stands at 14,500 in USD, with about 12 days to go. This is the Parmigiani Toric perpetual calendar with retrograde dates in yellow gold at lots number 3. Hey, Jack, how are you doing? Jack? Are you there?
Hey, Brando.
How are you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you? I just want to say I'm a huge fan of your channel.
Thank you. I appreciate you, man.
Oh, sorry. I think
I like the Archie face you used.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's the OG, as some will say. So,
Yeah, I would agree. I would
gotta
agree.
honor that. But I just want to say I'm a massive fan of your channel. I'm only 18, but I'm trying to get into watches, trying to learn all I can, and like you've been just a really good resource watching your live streams. And I can appreciate that your live streams are, watch talk and no drama, which is very helpful because sometimes, I watch other live streams, they'll start getting
Hmm.
into watches, and then someone will send a super chat and the whole thing will go off the rails for, the rest of the 6 hours. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, look, I wish someone was sending a super chat to me too right now, right about now. That would be nice. But yes, I don't usually um, traffic in drama, and perhaps that's why I'm not getting enough super chats. But I appreciate it, man. I don't enjoy um, drama when it's just conducted behind a screen and typing on the keyboard. That's not the kind of struggle I'm familiar with. If I'm actually going to beef with someone, the terms of service might not be able to accommodate the existence of the channel anymore. So I'd rather stay out of that kind of business. I'm glad you appreciate. I know you have just graduated from high school and you're getting ready to go to college. I think you said you are gonna go to McGill. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great, man. Congratulations. And I think you ordered just recently the SPB 143, I want to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
did. It's I think just, I had this milestone graduating, and I think, um, getting a watch that was, of course, had historical merit to it, and something that, it's obviously good quality is super important to me because, um, yeah, I just wanted to have something that'll, really, not just stand the test of time, but be enjoyable to wear. And yeah, just, Seikos I think are a great choice. And
Yeah.
it's actually I ordered it from a store in Montreal, but yeah, I'm super excited for when it comes and to try it on. And I know it'll fit because it's only a 40 millimeter diameter, which is a pretty sure bet.
No, no, it's a very cool watch. I mean, I love, first of all, it is a Seiko, I love Seiko at that particular price point, especially, right under 1500. And I think this one is around 1200, in fact, so even better.
Mm,
It's a recreation, of course, of that mid 60s diver genre with kind of a tonneau shaped case, in the same way that the oyster case is not exactly round but has this like barrel like shape.
yeah.
And I think it looks great on the bracelets, but would look just as nice on a NATO strap or even on something else. I mean, I love that gray dial too.
It's definitely like a strap monster, as people say.
Yeah.
Definitely,
Oh,
leather, NATO, whatever, rubber. Although I'm not a huge fan of rubber, but yeah.
well, I don't know. I'm not into those real luxury type rubber straps, but I sometimes wear my sub on this old school Tropic
Okay.
strap. Have you ever come across these rubber straps?
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the recreation of those. Um, they used to come with curved ends
Okay.
in their previous iteration, which is even cooler, I think. But even with this, I like it. I think that's a cool design, and it also comes in a bunch of different colors
Mhm.
as well. In this modern era, it's even more numerous in terms of options. So
Well,
you
that's
might want to check it out and see.
like historically, like that's what a rubber strap is. Like what they would have had on some of these, you know, maybe even when the Seiko SPB 143, whatever it's based on. I think it says 196 their 1965 dive watch, but
Hmm.
I know, rubber is sort of a newer invention, but I think, yeah, that's what existed back in the day on some of these vintage watches.
Bruce G approves as well. Anthracite dials are fire. I agree. It's a little bit of something different, and I like the fact that it has that sort of rather faded look to it. But of course, since it has the sunburst finish, it's distinctly modern still.
Hmm.
So I appreciate that mix. It has that slight vintage feel, but what you have is a relatively modern instrument. Um, it's a great watch.
Yeah, even if I had the money to, let's say, get a Tudor Black Bay, I think I'd still take the Seiko. I mean, they're both sort of going for that sort of tarnished, slightly vintage
Mm.
look, but the Tudor is just, I don't know, it just sort of gives off like sort of it's an expensive watch, yet it also just feels like it's a sort of subpar to things more in
Mm.
the upper range of watches. And I feel like the Seiko just kind of confidently sits where it is and just I feel like Seiko divers own sort of their position, and that's why, watch collectors such as yourself have so much respect for them because they just sort of are what they are. Like it's just they're
Right.
not. Yeah.
I like, as with people, I like watches who are not trying to pretend something they're not. I do usually consider. I am wearing a Seiko, by the way, incidentally, the Seiko 5 rowing blazers. Um, I think Tudor is a slight exception for me when it comes to that, because essentially they are homage watches, right? Whatever that means. Of course, that being said, Tudor has its own legacy of having been kind of Rolex's shield, right? You know, that using their parts to
Yeah.
make more accessible pieces. So that is a pretty entrenched history in and of itself. And I do love, you know, most of Tudor's catalog because as a collector of vintage and especially neo vintage Rolex pieces, I see in them exactly the aesthetic that I came to love. But
Right.
there's always one thing that's off about them, and usually boils down to the thickness. So Black Bay 58 is for me the perfectly proportioned watch out of their catalog.
Yeah.
The chronographs, the GMT watches, I always find something off about them, something that I complain about, something that doesn't sit quite right with me. Uh, if I were to nitpick, I'm sure I would find something about the Black Bay 58 as well. Look, I mean, I respect your decision overall. I think for your first serious watch, a Seiko Prospects is a great choice. Maybe you'll end up getting a Tudor along the way. Maybe not.
Yeah. I think um I think I'd rather just sort of wait for the Submariner sort of price range of, dive watches if I were to get another one. But again, this watch really stands on its own because I know I was also considering the Alpinist and I was thinking, what if, I managed to acquire all these high-end watches? The Alpinist, it's a bit weird, its sort of ugly looks are justified by the fact that it's kind of an iconic watch. But with the SPV 143, it's just a timeless design that I think holds up. But it's also kind of unique in the shape. Like the Submariner doesn't really have that shape as much, and it's pretty Seiko. So yeah,
Yeah, look, I mean, I have my own hangups about the Alpinist, and you know, Archie has a whole rant on the Alpinist as well, which
right.
I don't necessarily disagree. It's just for me, the cathedral hands are too much of a throwback that I can't quite come to terms with them on a contemporary watch. It's too early 20th century, even for me, if you can believe it. So
It's a contemporary watch that's trying to give off this sort of. I mean, I hate the term tool watch, but it's kind of trying to give off that sort of Rolex Explorer type thing.
yeah,
So
or even trench watches, field watches. I understand the aesthetic. It's just it doesn't sit right with me necessarily. Whereas this watch is is exactly it's yes, it is heavily inspired by that kind of mid 60s aesthetic for a Seiko diver,
yeah,
but it also looks very much contemporary and just doesn't feel out of place at all.
yeah. Because another watch I was considering was like a Frederic Constant,
Okay.
but they just to me they again they didn't they were just total homage brands. They just didn't have enough merit. Um, for me personally, all their watches are just tributes to the obvious famous Swiss watches. So I was just like, once I acquire an actual Swiss watch, that watch will just be, in the background. I'll never care about it.
I don't fully disagree. I think Frédéric Constant came a long way since they used to simply make kind of poor man's Patek with the open heart look, etc. Once every so often, I think they have started to find their own footing in the last 5 years, especially. But still, it's I understand why they may still leave something to be desired. They do have some interesting entries. they do have some rather affordable uh, pieces for a perpetual calendar, for a world timer, etc. But I don't think one should ever get a watch as a placeholder, right? If you were to get an alpinist because you really desire down the road a Rolex Explorer, if you wanted to get a Tudor Black Bay 58 to hold you over for a Submariner that you might get one day, I don't know. For me, that doesn't seem to be the right way to start your relationship with mechanical watches and with that particular watch
Yeah.
at all. I think it feels right
The
to
Seiko
start
was
with
the one watch
Seiko.
that didn't feel like a placeholder to me. Yeah, that's like the perfect term.
That's great, man. I'm so happy that you have it ordered, that it is on the way, and that I could do something to help make that decision.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, you were super helpful, and yeah, you definitely made an impact, a positive impact at that on my decision making. So again, I really appreciate it.
Hey, man, it's a pleasure. It's genuinely a pleasure. John D says, I love the Alpinist SARB017. And he adds the newer Alpinist has dial color variants that are very nice. The Alpinist has a super following among enthusiasts.
Yeah.
But I mean, by all means, again, I don't, when I express my personal opinion, it's not to necessarily undermine or take away from other people's enjoyment and appreciation. I understand. I understand a lot of people love the Alpinist. I know Aussie expat loves the Alpinist, for example. Um, that's great. I don't. I just don't. It doesn't strike the right note. I was always an SKX fan. I was always a fan of the diver styled Seiko watches in the same way, right? I find a lot of value in entry level Seiko, Seiko 5, Seiko Prospects. Presage has a lot of interesting watches, but they never appealed to me. So Alpinist sits kind of in between, right? I think now it belongs to the Prospects line, but um, anyway, it's kind of neither fish nor fowl for me, and it just doesn't please me in the same way that Presage line doesn't really appeal to me.
Well, what do you actually think of those cocktail time Seikos? Because those are pretty unique.
They were extremely popular at a certain uh, point. Are they still a thing, as they used
Yeah,
to say?
they're kind of they're it's like that type of watch that you can just easily get on Amazon Prime, and it's usually in stock, which for like beginner watch enthusiasts is sort of destroys a lot of barriers, I guess, to buying
Hmm.
and collecting watches. And also that guy, Teddy Baldessari, heavily promotes them on all this sort of like list videos about affordable dress watches, affordable
That's right.
watches, all that. So
Yeah.
he is like a huge, influence just with his
Of
subscribers.
course.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. That's in the Orient Bambino as well, but the Orient Bambino is like only 200. I think they start at like 150 US, so they're even
Mm.
lower end. Like they don't really have water resistance, so the straps aren't that good. But for what they are, I think people seem to appreciate them. Well, yeah, Teddy at least.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, look, I remember what I don't necessarily remember which color was the original. I think when it first came out, it was just like a piece like this.
Yeah.
And I see now that, they have an entire line with, different bracelet versions, different colors, and there's even like a gold toned
Mm.
limited edition of 500 pieces which is a very interesting dial, by the way. I kind of love that. Um,
Kind of reminds me of some of those like white-faced Grand Seikos.
mm,
Obviously not with the same level of craftsmanship, but nonetheless.
for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, in either case, again, for me, I don't recommend against the Presage. Don't take me wrong. It's just where my tastes lie. I've always kind of navigated towards the proper diver or diver styled Seiko pieces rather than these more traditionally um, shaped and kind of formally attired dressier pieces that the
Mhm.
Presage line presents. So it just doesn't appeal to my taste when it comes to how they look. Otherwise, Presage and Prospects are technically be supposed to be on the same quality. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's kind of like how should I put this? It's like Polo Ralph Lauren
Yeah.
with some of the higher prospects and Presage crossing into double RL, and then
Mhm.
you have Grand Seiko, which is like the purple label, right?
Are you
So,
into like the sartorial world, Brando?
oh yeah, yeah. Even
Yeah.
though again, I'm dressed in my Steve Buscemi "How do you do, fellow kids" attire now, but yes, that
No, but I saw on your Instagram like you have some nice sports jackets and suits, and you've always got like a nice like Oxford shirt on your live stream. So I noticed that for sure. And you're always
yeah,
on your Instagram like talking about those Italian uh what are they, like industrial tycoons and their sprezzatura as they say. So
that's true. That's true. I have a little bit. I have a little bit of taste when it comes to that. I like dressing well. I like to think.
yeah.
Um, I try, but you know,
Can't go
once
wrong with
every
that
so often.
classic timeless style sort of yeah.
But like you said, sometimes it's just about putting on a nice button-up shirt and a pair of khakis, and for the most part, you are fine if you are taking some care of yourself. Work out once every so often, um, and shave when you can. Don't be like me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, do you follow that guy, what's his name? He's like French, Hugo Jacome or whatever on YouTube.
Ah, I used to, not anymore. I think you're talking about the guy who calls himself the Parisian gentleman, I
Yeah, that's
believe,
right.
right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
used to. I think there are a lot of people who serve as good resources and create great content. One guy I really like, even though I find him a little too affectatious sometimes. I think he produces great content. Kirby Allison.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love this guy. I mean, the the work that he puts into those videos, the production value, the kind of people he brings on, the kind of shops he brings attention to, it's all great. Sometimes he can get insufferable, but whatever. I don't begrudge him for that. He's
Yeah, he
doing
kinda
great
has
as
a bit of that,
well.
like, stuck up sort of
I mean, that's okay. He does pretty well for himself. I think he recently crossed like 650,000 subscribers or something, which is
Yeah.
really great.
Yeah, he has that whole, like, luxury hanger thing, which I didn't even know that was, something in demand, but, I guess it is.
That's how he started. That's He used to have a website that was simply called the Hanger Project, which I think he bought from his partner. And that's why I appreciate him actually so much, because he started literally from the bottom when
Yeah.
it comes to the sartorial world. He he was a shoe guy for the most part. Had a pretty nice selection of shoes that he took great care of. So he started selling on the same website, polishing kits, started offering a polishing service, where you could send a pair in and it would be, it would have like a full spectrum of service. And then he started making content, live streaming once every so often, going out, meeting these people, filming, and suddenly he's here and he built it literally from scratch. And that's really admirable to me.
Yeah, he's a true entrepreneur.
Yeah, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That the personality, forget about. He's not my friend. I'm not seeing him on a daily basis, but I
No,
appreciate the
he's not the
content he
most
puts
like
out there.
charismatic. Yeah, he doesn't have like the charisma to match his style, I think. But you know what? Like he still puts out content, and like
Great
the people
content.
who really
Great.
truly embrace the style in their personality and obviously clothing choices aren't going to be posting YouTube videos about it. So I guess it's the best we can do. But
Well,
it's
since
good and
since
leave
we are
good
talking
content.
about our favorite channels, the other one that I like is Fox and Sons. Have you watched this at all?
No, I've not.
Okay, so Fox and Sons, I'm gonna send the link into the chat as well. Um, is basically the luxury writer Nick Fox and his sons.
Oh, like Foulkes, like that guy?
Yes,
Not Fox. Okay, yeah, I've seen him on the like Davidoff cigar videos.
sure. He's that's the same guy. It's the same guy who wrote the book on the Reverso. It's the same guy who wrote the book on Chanel J12. It's the same guy who wrote the authorized biography of Patek Philippe. One of the best luxury writers that we have. So he
Mhm.
sits down with his son, Max,
Right.
and Freddie, his other son, his younger son, is behind the camera because that's his thing. Um, so he films and produces, and the two of them, Max and Nick Fox, smoke cigars and just talk about random shit for about half an hour at a time, and it's amazing. It's like the best show about nothing on YouTube. It's great.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, some of
So check
those
check it out if you would like.
it definitely
I'll
like
post the
convinced
link.
me about like the whole thing. Like when people say like cigar conversations are just another level after watching those videos because they're always having a cigar in hand. It could just be they just could just like they might just be that charismatic, but I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah, well, last that the funny thing is, last time I was dating someone, she would keep asking me, what do you guys do, in the cigar lounge? And I'm like, nothing. And that's like, especially the average person, that strikes them as like, yeah, you're hiding something. It's suspicious. Absolutely not. That smoking cigars is about setting aside a certain time in your day,
Right.
choosing something appropriate for that occasion, mostly about the time it takes to smoke that cigar, and then just literally lighting it up and enjoying the company, enjoying the conversation, which for the most part is really about nothing, but once every so often can become really profound, personal, and intimate. But you don't chase after that moment.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, as like a weekly habit, at least, I think it's an okay thing. Like of all bad habits that I have, I think this is the worst best or best worst.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Obviously, wait, what's the age of smoking in Canada?
18.
Okay, good.
I'm all good. Don't worry, Brando.
I don't want to
I
put
wouldn't
myself
get you
in a
into
tricky
like a
situation.
risky situation like that. Yeah.
But yeah, here it's 21, as you know, and they're actually trying very hard to eliminate smoking forever in California. They're trying to like put on an age limit where, you know, let's say if you're born after 2006, you will never be able to buy cigarettes, cigars, or any tobacco products, or even vape ever.
Just
That's the
straight
plan.
up can't buy them, like they're illegal.
Yeah, yeah, they're trying to cancel smoking basically
Huh.
forever. I don't know if they will succeed, but that's part of their plan. Of course, they are mobilizing the public health rhetoric against it. Look, I mean, I can't defend anything of that sort on the grounds of health. Everyone knows that, you know, life kills. There are certain substances that are more harmful. I can't defend it, and I understand that, you know, overall, obviously, healthcare is very strange and difficult, especially in the US. So it is a financial burden, not only on the person who is risking their health, but I'm always very suspicious of the um, government impinging on personal lives using health discourses. So that's where I draw the line, basically, beyond the fact that, you know, I love the person who owns and runs the cigar lounge that I frequent, and I wouldn't want his business to be devastated like that.
Right.
Um, so
Yeah, I mean, with cigarettes at least, I mean, cigars are almost in a completely different category of item. Like you could say they're like a luxury item. But yeah, I'm sure California already like taxes the crap out of what
oh
like
yeah,
cigarettes when you buy them. And like
yeah,
it's definitely some people will say it's an excuse for governments to have a way of taxing poor people because like they're still going to buy cigarettes anyways because obviously addiction is a powerful thing. So I mean banning them is somewhat not admirable, but I mean it makes sense because then you're not it just shows that you're not just trying to tax people, maybe you actually care more or trying to solve a health crisis in some sense.
yeah. Well, I mean, look, in Beverly Hills, for example, they have basically banned smoking, right? The situation of the three remaining cigar lounges is that they are grandfathered, basically, right? So their licenses are still held by the same people. But if those people want to move on, they have no opportunity to sell the business or transfer that license to anyone else. Um, so, you know, after those three establishments are closed, at any rate, smoking in Beverly Hills, at least, is going to end. In LA County, it's still the case. I think Santa Monica is pretty similar here in terms of the Southern California locations that I know. Pasadena is more like LA County, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm. Yeah,
Pasadena may be even part of LA County. I don't know.
it's so
My
weird
my
'cause
US geography has always been shit ever since I came to this country, so
where are
I
you
don't even
originally
know
from,
where I try.
actually?
Hmm?
Where are you originally from, Brando?
I never I never say this thing. But yeah, somewhere, you know, somewhere along the Eastern Mediterranean, I think is a good way to put it.
Okay. I
You
have a
know,
good guess, but you obviously I'm not I won't say anything, so
it's
yeah.
okay. It's okay. Maybe one day we'll have an occasion to talk. I have told some people whom I met in person, but you know how crazy internet is. So
No, I get it. I'm sure there's gonna be people like Command F putting stuff into the transcript after this is done, so Can't be too careful.
That's okay. Eastern Mediterranean will not lead them. As I mentioned before, I'm more couscous and falafel than matzo ball and gefilte fish. So that's
Yeah, as Oishin
that's
said. Yeah.
not that I appreciate that stuff too. Except I'm vegan now, so I can't really
Interesting.
indulge
Yeah.
in a lot of it. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It seems ridiculous to me that they like slice carrots to and like use some sort of vegan cheese like spread to make lox bagels, which must be disgusting. Um,
It's like a vegan substitute for like Ashkenazi Jewish cuisine.
man, I mean I don't know. I just eat peanut butter in the morning at this point,
Yeah, fair enough.
with bananas and dates. So
Yeah.
that's become my diet.
Yeah.
And I don't mind. I mean, I'm a very simple person actually. I'm very easy to please.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as a fellow Jew, I know you're Mizrahi. My family originally actually comes from Ukraine, so like
Cool.
we definitely eat a lot of we always got bagels in the freezer. We always gotta have some lox.
Nice. And
Yeah.
honestly, I think you guys have some good and original bagels, especially in Montreal, right?
Yeah, that's right.
There's like
Actually,
a specific style,
the
no?
one Jewish style. So I'm from Winnipeg, which is just in the heart of North
Manitoba?
America, but it's also that's like its only claim to fame. Other than that, we're just kind of a random, city in the prairies. But we do actually have like a pretty strong Jewish community. So our Jewish deli actually like imports bagels from Montreal and like sells them. So we're always stocked up in the fridge, and we always got smoked salmon.
Love it. Love it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny. It's funny how bagels can be that specific. There used to be, I think they changed their name now, but in Beverly Hills, there was on South Beverly Drive, there was a bagel shop that used to be called Brooklyn Bagels,
Okay.
and they had a tagline called "It's all in the water" or something.
Yeah.
And they had this whole shtick about exposing water tanks in some part of their store as if they're importing the water from Brooklyn. I mean, it was very explicitly theatrical, but it was funny because honestly, you tend to believe that New York bagels are somehow different, um,
I don't know.
in the same
Montreal,
way that your guy doesn't make bagels themselves.
yeah.
They take them from Montreal, which is very interesting.
It gets pretty heated, but like Montreal bagels did officially come before New York,
Yeah,
and
is
I,
that
I
right?
think Montreal, yeah, and I think Montreal bagel is like way more superior because not only is each bagel made by hand, but they're poached in honey water before being
Nice.
baked in a wood-fired oven. So it gives like the bagel like this sort of like chewiness and golden color. Damn, I'm going like full OJM here, but yeah,
That's great.
us
That's great.
OJM, gotta prepare. We have to like know our stuff about the proper bagels. And
That's great, man. I
yeah,
mean, it's I won't necessarily contest, even though if I belong to anywhere in this country, it has to be New York. That's where I arrived. That's where I lived until 2015. That's where I long to go back once every so often. I don't know if it will happen. I guess I would love to go back to the East Coast at some point.
yeah.
I did try the Montreal style bagels a few times, and they were pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I necessarily prefer one over the other. I think once you have something that is chewy inside and crusty out, I'm pretty much set. I do remember when I first arrived in 2003, there was a little spot called Columbia Hot Bagels. That was like about 2 blocks down from campus,
Yeah.
and they had at least two times during the day where they had stuff fresh out of the oven, and that made a huge difference. I mean, when this kind of stuff is fresh, that's when it really, I think, makes
Yeah.
makes an impression.
No, like you want them like still warm out of the oven is the proper way. And then you just like buy the container of cream cheese and just eat it. Like with Montreal bagels, they're more like thin and they have a bigger hole in them, so it's more just for like cream cheese or whatever. New York bagels, I feel like they're more geared towards like sandwiches because there's just simply more bread there and a smaller hole. So you gotta like, so I don't know, they're kind of more geared towards sandwiches, which I also think, people more talk about the sandwiches with New York bagels. So they don't really hold up as much on their own. But yeah, that's the end of the sort of comparison for me. I don't know.
No, they are. I have to say, from my standpoint, Montreal style bagels are more aesthetically pleasing to the eye. That's for sure. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
They're beautiful. I'm not gonna fight over the taste, but certainly they're nice looking.
Yeah, and then even beyond that, there's like within Montreal, there's like the two original bagel places. There's Fairmont and Saint Viateur, and
Okay.
like people, will compare them to death, like the two of those places. So I've had both. Saint Viateur are a bit, they don't like they're not as business savvy, I guess. So you can't get them where I am in Winnipeg. So you kind of got to go to Montreal and try them. But like they're a bit more sweet and slightly different texture. But
Oh
it's
my God.
all like apples and oranges.
Did you see this National Bagel Association?
Yeah, sure. Like the OJM started that. I've seen
And
OJM Middle East. That's probably the best account.
well, again, I don't mean to be tribalist, but one of the great conversations that I had on that meeting with old, old Jewish man TM,
Yeah.
that was that was part of the conversation. David, who is this gentleman right here? Let me see where he is.
Okay. Yeah. The main guy.
Yeah. David was so excited because he is Sephardic as well.
What?
So when he heard, like, you're Sephardic, my ancestry goes back to Syria, and he was so excited. So there's that. So before you go to OGM Middle East, one half of all Jewish men is already Sephardic as well. I don't know if they used affirmative action in casting, but we got David there. That's for sure.
David, man, like he's the jewel of the whole OJM empire. Like,
Oh, he's amazing.
there's also, I can't remember the other guy, but he's like a New York subway purist. He says he'll ride this New York subway till the day he dies.
I like this new guy they recruited. I think he's
that guy, the guy with the bucket hat.
Yeah,
he's like the New York subway purist.
I forget his name, man. I'm kind of embarrassed, but the other guy you see, the guy with the pink Harrington jacket, I think he's new. I'm not sure, but I started seeing him more recently. So
he actually has that sort of like 90s, like sort of like Hollywood, sort of like Jewish style.
Yeah, but did you see this? Bob Dylan's Loser Brother.
Yeah, I sent that to my like boomer uncle who's like a huge Bob Dylan fan, and he like thought it was the most funny thing he's ever seen. Yeah. Oh yeah, in Montreal, I actually have this area called Outremont, and I mean New York has a lot of Orthodox Jews walking around, but in terms of just like one area with like a massive concentration, this area in Montreal called Outremont, there's literally, you'll walk down the street, you know that movie Do the Right Thing?
Yeah, of
It's
course.
literally a street like
Likely.
that with like brownstones, but except the people portrayed in that film, it's literally all Orthodox Jewish families riding on like scooters down the street.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like our Pico Robertson here, which is a lovely place. Did you are you watching this, Jack? Are you learning
Yes, yes.
how the lid is actually a coaster?
Yeah,
It's amazing.
yeah. The
Learn
OGM
something
always
every day.
managed to find like multiple uses and like get the biggest bang for their buck on whatever they spend their money on. Oh my god.
What do you mean?
Well, yeah,
Just kidding, man. Come
David like he bought like David bought like massive amounts of like bulk candy, or they'll like I don't know. It's just like they'll. I feel like it's just so OJM to just use the lid of your coffee as a coaster. I can't explain it. I can't. It's unquantifiable. It's just like part of the charm. I can't explain it. But like they're always just reusing like their household items that they buy. Oh, the biggest thing is like containers. You know, they'll buy if something comes in a nice container, the OJM will reuse it. That's what I'm trying to say.
what is this?
The Cookie Monster cream cheese as well is like disgusting.
Right, there was a whole skit about that, but this is everything bagel spice vodka.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was so funny when Daniel Day-Lewis was featured because I actually forgot he was like Jewish. Yeah. But yeah. Is that the Marx Brothers? Yeah. Yeah, actually in Winnipeg, we have
This
the
is
Jewish
my
Community
This
Center.
is my vibe.
Yeah.
Sundays are for the Schwitz. This is
Yeah, he's got
amazing.
a beautiful high necklace. Talk about
Yeah.
high jewelry, like
That's luxury to last. Frankie Lopez style.
the most like OJM watch is probably like I feel actually like a two-tone I feel like a two-tone date just that has
Yes.
like a bit of a patina on it is like the most OJM.
Yes.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Yeah, actually in my like in Winnipeg where I'm from, we have like a Jewish community center where there's also like a K to 12 private school and there's a sort of like a gym with like a steam room and all the OJM hang out in the steam room and just like schwitz and just the deepest conversations you'll ever hear in your entire existence. I know you said like the cigar experiences can be profound, but I don't know. I think the schwitz at the local Jewish community center, man, I
Yeah,
don't
well,
think
you
anything
see,
matches that.
David is truly a man of culture, so he combines both.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Jeez.
So he does the Schwitz and the
Yeah.
cigar.
Definitely
And I
takes a
love
beating on the
the
lug
way
in the sauna
I
with
love the way they censored the video. You see?
Actually, I have family in LA, and they live in Beverlywood.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I've visited them, and like I noticed there's you see a lot of Orthodox families wearing yarmulkes and everything, so it's nice to see. But
Yeah,
actually, they were originally from Winnipeg, but they moved to LA just for I mean it's way nicer than like the middle of frigid Prairie North. So yeah, but he took us to some like some of his local like Jewish deli haunches and all that.
yeah. Beverly Hills, Beverlywood, Pico Robertson,
Yeah,
pretty nice and
yeah.
Jewish name. Subway Sandler.
Jeez. Yeah, I also saw they put like Ben Stiller's dad. I didn't even know like his family was in the entertainment industry.
Oh, you didn't know?
Yeah, I had no clue when I saw that post because it was actually like tagged with this other Judaism account I follow called like Humans of Judaism. So that's how I think like it was like in my feed a lot from that.
This is a good shtick by George Burns.
Oh yeah.
Did you see this?
This is my 10 products. I smoke between 15 and 20 cigars a day.
Yeah.
At 93, if I can get it into a holder.
As your doctor said to you, not George. You
My
got it.
doctor says.
Yeah, it's got like the Sigma like American Psycho Bateman like trap music in the background. I think every cigar smoker just like uses that as some sort of justification, but fair enough. I mean, the guy's a legend.
No. I mean, he's the exception, of course. I'm sure most of us will
You're mortals.
die before we see 100 years old for sure. But he
Yeah.
did actually smoke a lot of cigars until the very end. And yeah, that's a funny line, you know. That what does your doctor say about this, George? My doctor is dead.
Yeah. I don't know. It kind of goes along with the whole sort of Andrew Tate like Sigma thing going around. So I think a lot of people, that video like really struck a chord with a lot of people.
Of course, with the Meats shirt, I think there.
God, their
Mets.
merch is actually like amazing. I need to like make an order of those Ralph Lifshitz shirts.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
this is an amazing account, and like you said, there's the OJM.
You know, he's a huge fan of Cat's Delicatessen. Tim Wright. He eats there like twice a week.
Who?
Tim Wright. He was I like multiple times on his streams. He's been like, "Oh, I just had Katz's."
Yeah, good for him. Good for him. I mean, you know, good for him. What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
I'm not a
They're
fan of that
overpriced
guy.
for like New York standards, but still, I gotta respect the man.
Oh, Katz is great, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of Tim Wright. So
Yeah, fair enough.
this is
Again, the gossip is just unbelievable. The OJM Mideast people are just another level. Like, wow. Also, OJM Europe too. You got all like the sophisticated, like Parisian Jews, and like one of the captions was like, "They're slicker in Europe," and it was like some guy sitting at like a cafe smoking a cigarette. Just
well, you can still in France when you're
yeah,
outside.
of course.
Yeah.
They just got that Parisian like vibe to them. It just makes them like a whole nother thing. Yeah, he's got that physique, that's for sure.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful specimen. Yeah, this is just great.
OJ in Winnipeg, you know, I think it does pretty well for like the size of our small community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
I don't know. I think the posts are pretty relevant. I think they're funny. I've gotten good feedback on them from some like. You also kind of have to be like from Winnipeg to understand some of the posts, but like, okay, the people eating that's like Bernstein's, which is like our local deli.
Nice.
Some of my friends had access to the account, which is some of the posts are kind of random, but yeah, some of the people at the bottom, like that's like some of like the random like esoteric Jewish history in Winnipeg, which is like it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, love it. Love it. Love some local color.
Yeah, all the legends. All the local legends.
This is great. Yeah, I'm this gentleman right here most parts of the day.
It really strikes a chord with the average OJM.
And the hairline is similar too, so
Yeah.
fantastic.
Did the Rolex Datejust, did they used to make it in quartz or something?
There is an integrated bracelet version.
Yeah.
So
A lot of my friends' grandparents have that like integrated bracelet quartz Rolex Datejust.
yeah, so oyster quartz Datejust and Day-Dates. The Datejust reference, for example, 17013. We can take a quick look at those. And then
Was that
there's
reference
also,
number off the top of your head?
yeah, it happens.
Wow.
It happens.
That's so impressive.
Yeah, I think the president was 19018 for the yellow gold model.
Yeah. It's actually more expensive than I thought. I thought it would be sort of one of those like sub 2000 type
They
vintage
used to be
watches.
they used to be dirt cheap, Jack, but since people, okay, so there are two reasons. One, everything with Rolex on the dial has become so much more desirable, especially during the pandemic, and some of that hype has died off, but it did lead people to discover certain kinds of watches that were largely under the radar previously.
Yeah.
And people started caring less about obsessing over the distinction between quartz and mechanical. So there are a lot of people who, especially because these have a very distinct design, there are a lot of people who go after them now. So you can still find once every so often under 5K examples, especially if they are not necessarily in the most stellar condition.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, they have jumped up in price for sure.
Yeah.
So
Do
the
you think it's like
two-tone,
that Michael Caine quartz Day-Date could have a hand in that?
for sure. For sure. I think so.
I feel like
That
Hodinkee kind of hypes up sort of the gold vintage watch type thing a bit.
more recently, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
And it's
I think
also
that's
just a
the
big
trend.
fashion trend. Like, obviously, you have your cheap gold Casio, but I think sort of the tarnished vintage gold look has become very desirable. I'm not saying like brand new shiny, but sort of that 80s integrated bracelet, like geometric type thing. I feel like that's come back a bit.
Yeah, a lot of the, integrated bracelet, Patek dress watches in precious metal have also become a kind of trend, and obviously a lot of the watch media has a hand in that.
Mm.
But yeah, these are still, relatively affordable. I mean, they used to be half this price point just a few years ago, but if you get hung up on that kind of stuff, yeah, you can't justify buying anything in this market, honestly.
Right.
So you have to pick your battles in a way.
Mm-hmm.
If you want a certain kind of watch, and if somehow it fits your budget, that's it. You gotta let go of certain hangups. But
Mm-hmm.
overall, I think it's still a decent deal. Rolex still does service, apparently, these quartz movements, but if they need to be changed out completely, I'm sure they charge you an arm and a leg. So that's something to keep in mind.
Right.
There's also a relatively rare reference that is 1530, which has this case, this integrated bracelet design, but actually a self-winding caliber in it. Let me see.
It's not even showing up.
Filter brand. Rolex.
Of course. Do you trust what do you think of the eBay sort of whole certified buying process they've sort of acquired recently? Like, do you think it's on par with Chrono?
Chrono doesn't have a certification process. Chrono trusts you to make the judgment. So they have Chrono 24's advantage is in most transactions, they have an escrow. So you send in the money,
Yeah.
it goes into escrow, the seller sends you the watch, and once it arrives, there's a 2-week window basically where you have the right to inspect the watch, even take it somewhere for someone else to take a look. And if you're not satisfied, you can return the watch for a full refund.
Okay.
So that's their guarantee. It's not a certification service. Chrono 24 is a pure middleman,
Right.
no guarantees of any other kind.
Yeah.
Um,
For the true watch enthusiast, though, I mean, it definitely makes sense because the certification will bring higher prices. And obviously, with Chrono 24, you're a watch enthusiast. You're into it enough that you know your shit basically, and we'll get the watch checked.
You have to. Always you have to. I mean, that's the thing with any sort of certification program and whatever else, you always have to be your own judge. You always have to educate yourself. Yes, buy the seller and all. That's all very important. But I think anyone and everyone who especially wants to dip their toes into the vintage market needs to start training their own eye as well, looking at stuff that is correct, looking at watches that are the best examples as much as possible, as often as possible. And it's only then, kind of your brain and your eyes start opening up and you can see, what is missing from stuff that is not so desirable. I'm not saying you can't make compromises. Sometimes the deal is just too good to pass by. So, you might be chasing after an unpolished example that only had one owner, but you see something that is so cheap that you can't resist. Or, you might be looking after one particular version of, of that model, with a certain kind of dial, but you see another dial color and the condition is just so much better. You go after that, so on and so forth. It's always a certain kind of compromise, but it's important to have high standards and have those high standards to be based on actual knowledge and to take your time. I think patience is actually the biggest resource and virtue. The impulse buys are usually the worst. That's when you make mistakes.
Yeah, so I guess in this case, like, gut feeling is maybe actually not your best bet.
Not necessarily. I mean, gut feeling, think of it. We were talking about the sartorial world, right? When you have a nice wardrobe that you're happy with, you have certain options. You might even dress in the dark, but you will hit the right notes on most days because you already have built a certain selection that aligns with your taste. Right. In the same way, if you have been collecting watches for 2-3 decades, you have you have rummaged through all sorts of stuff to the point that more or less what's good, what you want, what you prefer, then even when you make certain impulsive purchases, you might still get things right for the most part because you have had that experience of making good and bad choices over the last 2 decades.
Of course.
Anyway, so this is what I was talking about. This is reference 1530, Rolex Oyster perpetual dates. it has that integrated bracelet design, 36 millimeter case, but actually an automatic movement, as the perpetual designates. It's not a bad design. I like it.
Yeah, the shiny bezel contrasting the sort of matte, I guess, backing is pretty nice.
Yeah, and the silver dial kind of aged to a nice, off-white eggshell kind of shade. I like that as well.
Yeah. That date magnifier seems a lot like way more than anything you see nowadays. Just be the alignment though.
It might be simply the angle. The dial is quite deep, kind of, you can see from the chapter ring. So that might be changing the angle a little bit as well. You see?
Mm-hmm. It's a nice watch. It's just so hard to, hopefully when I'm older, I can even get into buying, Rolexes and stuff. But, vintage, some of these vintage watches are beautiful, but it's just buying a new one from the AD means you get on the list for some of their more high end or at least desirable sports watches, Daytonas, whatever. So that's just with vintage Rolex shopping. That's one thing that kind of keeps me away.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's again, you gotta enjoy the process. You gotta be as much interested in the journey of learning and searching. It's like thrifting, some people like buying things new, from some of the more desirable hip luxury brands or streetwear brands, and others just love the process of driving to another town and going into the thrift shop and rummaging through racks to maybe find that one piece for dirt cheap, but in amazing condition. So it's just a different taste, different look.
Yeah. I still think that Breguet Classique Moon Phase, what is it, 7787 is my grail watch. I've looked at day dates, there's the rose gold with the green face. I don't know if that was limited. I've looked at different dress watches. I've looked at, the Holy Trinity, their offerings. That Breguet 7787 Moon Phase with that sort of little smirk it has. None of the other brands have that. And of course the rose mill details on the dial is just really captures my attention.
I like the initial version of that, which is 3130. One of the first watches that Daniel Roth worked on as part of that Breguet revival. Let me bring it up.
Is that yellow gold?
They have the white gold version too, but yes, yellow gold is more common. Slightly more. Yes, slightly more common, easier to find.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Does the moon phase have the face on it? It looks like, just from what I'm. Oh, never mind. It was just on the, like, a different phase of it in the picture, so it didn't show. But the moon is just a yellow like circle. But I mean, the watch is slightly different in its layout, so. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. It's a different feel, but the same idea. This was basically Daniel Roth modeled it after classic pocket watches that Abraham Louis Breguet made, with the same kind of layout, pointer date, power reserve indicator, and a moon phase indicator as well.
Yeah.
So I like that style as well.
Yeah, the newer version has Breguet inscribed on it, which I think is a bit sort of in like a circle, like a subdial, I guess. I don't know, on the left side, which yeah, I I actually think I prefer this 3130. Yeah, it's very nice.
It's cool. Yeah, I think it's just very pure.
Yeah.
And even though it's 36 millimeters, because it has that particular case design with extended lugs, it looks larger on the wrist than average 36 for sure.
Yeah, the 7787 does not have the subdial. It just has the power reserve. And yeah. I'm talking about the rose, yeah, not the one in white, the rose gold one. Yeah. That one. I don't love how it says Breguet sort of very obviously, that little detail there, but yeah.
No, it's I mean, again, even that is somehow in the usual style, because he used to have, in his pocket watches, Breguet and the number of the movement, the serial number of the movement. But yeah, just the larger aesthetic of like, a silver dial produced out of a gold blank, engine turned by hand with, a couple of different kinds of, pattern, usually.
Right.
This, circularly grained track for the hours that is called Breguet frosting. It's all of it is beautiful and very much, signature. Of course, the heat blued hands.
Yeah, it kind of has this like whimsical quality to it, especially compared to some of the other like dress watches competing with it. Just, sort of how the moon actually has like a face on it, just kind of slightly fun, but not too much. So I guess the other watches you could say are more stately. Yeah.
It's cool.
Very nice.
Yeah, and I just like how the case is finished overall. Let me see if we can find a shot with the profile, so we can really show everyone the fluted case band.
Yeah.
I'm sure most of my listeners already know this, but there's this fine fluted finish all across the case band that sometimes people call coin edging as well. And you have these fine extended lugs in the teardrop shape.
Mm.
And of course, if you care on these more modern versions, you do get an exhibition case back. So if that strikes your fancy, of course, that might be a point of preference.
Is Breguet movement-wise on par with like Patek or Vacheron?
It depends what watch you're looking at. I think, in terms of the movements in contemporary Patek, I guess I'm a purist still. So since they started slotting silicon into those movements, and I will say the same thing about contemporary Breguet, they don't excite me in the same way, honestly. Vacheron, of course, except for the absolute entry level, still abides by the Geneva Seal standard, which means they can't just throw in a silicone hairspring in there. So I would, if you are today, if you are walking into one of these boutiques, whether we're talking about Vacheron or Breguet or Patek, for me, I would, for a new watch, without hesitation, I would go for VC over Patek and Breguet.
Okay.
But that's just me.
Yeah, fair enough. It, like, is this silicone, is it just more like complex manufacturing wise?
The other way around. Silicon is so much cheaper and easier to produce in series, in large numbers. It's also it doesn't need the Breguet overcoil, etc. So it's just easier to produce and slap into watches.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, it might be more modern. Of course, it is anti-magnetic. I understand the appeal from the production side. I understand that the Swatch Group especially is very heavily invested in it, and with the Spirit system that Omega introduced not too long ago, it is now possible to fine-tune it a certain way that makes it at least a little more long-term oriented. But ultimately, it boils down to something that Roger Smith, the famous watchmaker and protege of George Daniels, has said, at the end of the day, he can still take apart, put together, assemble, and service a mechanical watch from the early years of the 20th century, or even from the 19th century, and it will work just fine. You can't really guarantee that with movements that are made from these sorts of silicon parts, because they might just completely break. It's like it's actually pretty brittle stuff, so you have to replace it completely if something goes wrong with it. You can't. It's not like a hairspring made from transitional metal.
Yeah, that's annoying. Not only considering Patek's cost a fortune, but their whole marketing thing is about handing them down to the younger generations, and the fact that they last forever and are supposedly just super, everything is just top notch inside them.
Yeah, 5907s are great. Truth over facts. If you want a simple timekeeper, just time only, seconds on the subdial, it's a great watch. But there's something
talking Grail watches here though. So like the moon phase with the Breguet 7787. Like I love the 5907 obviously as well, but in terms of Grail watches, having a complication like that is just really sort of.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, I think just even without thinking about the functional standpoint, it's just such a nice design. The asymmetric dial. There's more to it. 5907 is fine. It's a great watch. I mean, here's an interesting example, just to have a point of reference.
Yeah.
But there's something a little more romantic about something like a 3130, for example, when you have the moon phase indicator, the power reserve, and just that layout even of the dial. It's pretty cool. But this is a handsome watch. I know, speaking of which, Nick Fox has has a 34 millimeter version of this.
Oh, very classy.
Yeah, I like a lot of Vacheron's current stuff. The American is great. The Corne de Vache is great. There's a lot of interesting stuff in the Patrimony series. If you are looking for a simple dress watch that's a little more on the,
Yeah, I like the shape of the Patrimony over the Calatrava personally. I mean, the Calatrava, it has, I guess it's more like curvy and it's not as flat, but it's gonna sound horrible, but it does look like a bit of one of those like Timex sort of, date watches slightly. I know you can't compare them, and I know like that's a bit of a dumbfounded statement, but just to me personally, it just looks way more just not cheap, but it just looks way more stereotypical and like from another time and old fashioned.
I see what you mean. But yeah, I mean, obviously that's a little, as much as I love hating on contemporary Patek, hard to still hear it in the same sentence as Timex.
I know.
But yes, I do. I heavily prefer today's Vacheron over today's Patek.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a reason why people often call the simple dress watch a Calatrava, whether it's Patek or not, so when you see listings for a lot of time only Vacheron or Audemars Piguet from 60s and 70s online, a lot of them would be, Vacheron Calatrava or Calatrava style or whatever else. So there's a sense in which that case shape, especially after the reference 96, has somehow come to define the dress watch. And you can understand why, but I strongly believe, if you want something that is a little more stylized, if you want something that has sort of a little more distinct, Vacheron certainly has, over the years in its catalog, so many unique shapes and styles, building on what is seemingly a rather conventional round case. I think even overall, I might have, from a personal standpoint, again, from the point of my own taste, I might even give a certain edge when it comes to, time only pieces, chronometers and stuff like that. I might still give a certain edge to Vacheron, but for me, it's not even a competition when it comes to the contemporary stuff.
Yeah, I definitely prefer Vacheron overall as well. So,
but yeah, there's something to be said about just the classic Calatrava, with that very elegant, slightly downturned lugs.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. I just don't have like, top vocabulary to like compare, but it just kind of reminded me also of from my grandfather. I inherited like a Lange gents like automatic watch, and it also it sort of just gives off that vibe to me. But again, it's a timeless shape, totally timeless, amazing in and of itself. That's why it still goes on today. So I
Jack,
can't.
it's okay. When I was 18 years old, I could barely string two sentences together. So I think you're doing just fine. You don't necessarily, you're not born with this jargon. So you study, you learn, you converse, you exchange, and ultimately, you take as much as you want from it. I think you're doing more than fine. So don't worry about it.
Appreciate it. Well, your channel's definitely teaching me a lot. So
yeah, I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, there's like the Dauphine shaped hands. I guess very generically you can say they are like sword hands in English. They call these obus shaped indices, kind of like bullets, multifaceted finish. And then these are actually like polished beads that often match the case material to lay them in a track there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, a sector dial for small seconds at 6, slightly oversized crown. That's it's a beautiful thing, for sure. But you want something that is a little more stylized. Like this is one of my, let's see if there's any on chrono 24. There's a Vacheron dress watch that I really like from the 60s. It's their chronomètre royal, and it has a very distinct design. Right here, Eric actually still has the one in his inventory. So the collectors started calling it Batman after something that Alexandre Coppi said, because of the unique shape of lugs. It looks like something that the Batman would have on his utility belt.
Yeah.
I really like it, especially in white gold. This is a very handsome watch, but not too bad in yellow gold either.
That type of dial, the white gold would definitely have some depth.
And so it has the inscription Chronomètre Royal and the Maltese cross on the case back as well.
Yeah, I love the Maltese cross on the strap, like buckle, I guess. It's a nice touch.
For sure. It's always a nice detail. And here, of course, it's right there, and there's like a little diamond placed on it at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's actually super on the overseas. As I said, I don't love rubber straps, but the overseas on those 2 straps it comes with, I think, those are very nice. That's an exception for me, especially because it has the cross on the buckle.
Yeah, overseas is a cool watch. Not for me, again, but I appreciate it from a design standpoint, from the kinds of models they introduced over the years. I really like this retrograde moon phase that they just unveiled at the Watches and Wonders. It is actually thinner than the time and date version at 1048. It's pretty cool.
Kind of a big watch though. Like how big's your wrist, Brando?
Very small. My wrist is probably closer to 6 than 7 inches. I never measured it, but it's pretty small.
Mine's like 6.6 though. Right. I imagine we're somewhat similar. Just when I'm looking at, your posts of you trying on, just for perspective.
Yeah, but it's the overseas is slightly larger than the AP Royal Oak Jumbo, for example. So it does have that kind of presence. I think if you have a wrist like mine, you can pull it off, but it is slightly oversized.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the watch you want, oversized.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, look, for example, this is the original Jumbo D series, admittedly, so 5402.
Yeah, like
Right?
the lugs are not over the top with your wrist.
No, they are not, and this is not fitted, of course, on the bracelet, right? I'm just putting it on like that. Here, this is the double balance wheel open worked, which is 41 millimeters, the modern. That's that's slightly large. Obviously, it is such an original and beautiful watch that you can make a certain compromise, but not that I'm getting any allocation anytime soon, so no reason to worry.
Yeah. Those AP concepts, those are like, I know those are like 45 millimeters at least.
Oh yeah, forget about that. I mean, I don't even like those to begin with, so that's not a problem. But
I'm only been like exposed to them because I'm like a blues guitarist, so I'm a huge John Mayer fan, and obviously that crosses into the watch world, and he has like 2 Royal Oak concepts. I mean, he just has an insane watch collection altogether, but yeah, but he also has a huge wrist, and he's like 6'2". He wears the IWC Big Pilot. He actually wears it reversed on his wrist, so when he's playing guitar, he can see the time during the show, and he says he really likes the visibility of that watch. But yeah, I mean, it's just, he is.
Yeah, that's one watch I would never buy, and it's not because of its size, to be honest. But I don't want to get into that conversation.
No, I'm not a huge fan either. It's just too techy looking.
Yeah, IWC is not for me, even though I like once every so often something they do. But
the Portuguese chronograph is pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm a Royal Oak guy for sure.
Yeah,
I like that piece.
Do these sort of Holy Trinity sports watches, with Rolexes, obviously, once you add precious metals into the mix, they're not as valuable, but with the overseas, with the Nautilus, with the Royal Oak, if you have a two-tone version of one of those watches, is that a big factor in resale value? Let's say if you bought it retail, or no?
Well, first of all, today, the only Nautilus that Patek has in two-tone in current production is 5980, which is extremely covetable. So it's not at all a downside.
Sorry, I just mean like precious metals in general. Like, it doesn't have to be two-tone, but
precious metals, actually, precious metal Royal Oaks, it used to be not necessarily so desirable, but nowadays they are more desirable, in fact. In vintage, gold is more desirable simply because it's more rare, and with Nautilus it's the same. Two tones usually tend to trend under the stainless steel equivalent of the same watch as a rule, but that doesn't necessarily mean they don't hold their value. Nowadays, reduced size, and by reduced size I mean like one tick below the standard. That would be, let's say, Nautilus 3800, which is 37.5 in terms of the case diameter. Those are still watches that would more or less hold their value. But of course, there's always value in two-tone if you actually like it. Once again, we are kind of looping back to the beginning of our conversation tonight. I would never want someone to buy a two-tone watch simply because, that it's cheaper, right? And they actually want the stainless steel version or the gold version, right? That seems like too much of a placeholder situation for me, and it's not very desirable. But if you actually like the two-tone version, like what we were looking at a moment ago, of the Owl 25594, I actually like that better in two-tone. I mean, look, this is the all steel version, right? I think that's a handsome watch, but it doesn't really pop.
No.
Look at this.
Wow.
Like it's just better. The contrast makes the watch seem better, and it is cheaper actually in two-tone. So, if you actually prefer it, that's a better deal for you.
Yeah.
So it depends on the watch. If you actually like it, I got my root beer, for example, 16753, when it wasn't cool to have two-tone watches. And it was also at a time where people preferred, quote unquote, the bumblebee version of it. So people preferred the black and gold rather than brown and gold, which what the root beer really was.
Yeah.
Over time, nowadays, people prefer the root beer. People prefer the brown dial versions of the two-tone from that time period. That being said, I liked it at the time. I got a great deal on it too, and that was just a bonus. But if I never liked that combination, if I never actually liked how that watch looked, I wouldn't have bought it. And I would recommend the same. If you like two-tone watches and they're more acceptable now by the mainstream, by all means, because they always will trend slightly below stainless steel versions, and they're always a great deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I know like the Datejust, the two tones, like they're trading below list, which is kind of annoying, especially because you get offered Datejust, I think, by ADs if you're just walking in, you're not a repeat customer, they don't know who you are. But like I'm just talking about, people who are like reselling their watches right after they get them from the AD because they're just trying to get on the list. But the steel sort of Datejust with the blue or Wimbledon dials do a lot better. But yeah, it just takes the soul out of the watch, the whole when you think too much about value, it's not good.
For sure. I mean, pardon me, I completely understand that. But at any rate, that's never what I always recommend against it on this channel, and I think you have listened enough to me that that's how I roll overall.
Yeah, there's so many other options in Rolex.
You're still there?
Yeah, hey.
This is a Patrimony, by the way, that hasn't yet attracted any interest in terms of bids, but there are more than about 12 days to go.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that one?
I love the open worked aesthetic on this one. because it's also just very artistic too.
Mhm.
The skeletonized bridges are all hand engraved, and you have that cap over the mainspring barrel that serves as your logo and your signature. You know, it's signed Vachon Constantin Genève, and it has the cutouts in the shape of the Maltese cross. And obviously that also serves as your power reserve indicator in a way, right? You know, when it's since that's the mainspring barrel. So it's kind of beautiful. You see the balance wheel at around 6 o'clock. So that's nice. The heat blue tands give you some measure of contrast and legibility.
Yeah.
And you can see the gold supplemental weight on the rotor as well. This is actually a self-winding caliber.
Okay. Wow. Oh, so it's an automatic wind. It's not manual wind.
Yeah. And there's your favorite tang buckle.
Yeah. How do they make that weighted if it's not solid? Oh, they have gold at the end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
And this is JLC base, basically the movements. It's basically the same lineage of movements that used to power the Royal Oak Jumbo for 49 years. That same family of movements, which are so thin for an automatic movement with a full rotor, because they are basically sunk onto the same level as the bridges, as you can see over this, and they rotate over this ring. Basically, the weight rotates over the ring on 4 rubies that serve as its bearings. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it just kind of looks like it's floating. It's just so weird looking at a movement from like a display case back when there's no dial, so you're just seeing whatever's in the background. It's just hard to
Yeah.
like judge it.
Yeah, well, certainly I would have to, do a little bit of trimming on my wrist if I were to wear this open work watch, unless I just want to see my hair. Not the most aesthetic look.
Again,
by-
you know, it's the OJM.
That's true. But yeah, it's I like this particular case too. You see you have the stepped bezel.
Yeah.
That's high polished and pretty substantive. Stepped lugs. So a lot of interesting little details on the white gold case, which is, I think scales right around 36 millimeters. Very thin watch. I would have to double check, but I'm guessing from what I can discern, it should be, under 8 millimeters.
Okay. Oh, the movement looks way better on video.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. The movement itself up close is like, you really admire it. It's just, as a watch as a whole, I'm just not a fan of these sort of tourbillon or just watches that expose the movement totally. I mean, I'm all for open case backs, especially if the movement deserves it and it's very nice, but it's just the open front, it's just not my thing. But
No, me neither, Jack.
yeah.
Honestly, I don't like skeletonized watches just for the sake of it. But if it's something like this, which is so finely open worked, it has a
Yeah.
lot of handwork. The layout even deserves some further attention. There's enough a mix of colors that the dial doesn't seem threadbare, but it seems ennobled by the work. It seems lifted up by the work rather than having been reduced to something. And I really like that about work when it's done to this artistic level. But more often, I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, I mean it's a piece of art in of itself. Obviously, it's just it's not really a watch in a traditional sense, just for telling time.
For sure. So this is lot 4, which is an open work Vacheron Constantin Patrimony Traditionnel. The starting bid. Oh, wait a second. I should have changed this into US dollars again.
Like, are the type of people who would buy that watch, would they be sort of like the producer Michaels?
No. This is the opposite of producer Michael, actually.
Yeah.
Producer Michael is, bust down kind of aesthetic. This is the opposite of bust down or iced out.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not iced out. It's just, yeah, I've seen him with those open-faced, sort of insane tourbillon watches, and I just don't know if that type of buyer like carries on into the market for this. I mean, obviously, yeah, but I don't know. He doesn't seem to respect artistry that much, so which this watch is. So
No, it's. I mean, again, no offense to anyone else, but this is really on the opposite end of the spectrum compared to what you see on that kind of channel.
Right. Of course.
So the starting bid here is 11,150 and the fixed price 33,450, which seems a little overblown to me, but there are about 12 days left and still no bids. But the auction started just one day ago, so there's still a lot of time. That's lot 4.
Is that something that someone would put on like a watch winder? Because it's automatic. Like just a watch of that extravagance.
Honestly, if you ask me, I'm not a huge fan of watch winders. The only justified use for me, because I don't like leaving watches to run if you're not actually using them, actually wearing them, just means needless wear and tear, right? It's like, would you leave your car run when you're not actually driving it? Not really.
No.
So unless it's like a perpetual calendar like this, for example, that requires a lot of adjustment that you don't want to deal with every time you pick this watch up, I can see why you would want to put that on a winder. So yeah, this might be perhaps a little too strong of an opinion, but I think it's actually held by a lot of people as it happens, because it's it might serve a presentation purpose. I'm not necessarily against that either, but I think from a mechanical standpoint, from a technical standpoint, unless it's a complicated watch, don't use the service interval to present your watch. Use it to actually wear it. If you're going to put wear and tear on the watch, make sure it's while you're enjoying it. If you enjoy displaying your watches like that, by all means, why not? But I think most of us take more pleasure than in wearing our watches than simply displaying them and exhibiting them. So
Yeah.
for that reason, 90% of the time I'm against winders.
Yeah. Totally.
This is also a very classically shaped case by AP that is no longer in production. Jules Audemars, named after one of the founders of the brand.
Oh, I remember you saying a few streams ago that you thought the
Go ahead.
fit and finish on AP dress watches, which they used to produce, was possibly even better than Patek and Vacheron. It might have been the movements. I can't exactly remember. Don't quote
I
me.
think it's the same. I mean, more or less the same quality. I think it's a matter of personal preference at that point.
Yeah.
Certainly, a lot of AP and Vacheron from 90s and before are less obsessed with exhibition casebacks, certainly.
Right.
But even with Patek, it wasn't just something that was outfitted for every single model. I'm talking about the sapphire crystals for casebacks. Like, for example, think of it like this. We know Lange and Söhne for their, masterfully finished, twice assembled, and beautifully decorated movements, right?
Right.
But when they first came out, the first series of Lange watches actually had solid casebacks. Go figure. So, and that was 1994, right? Already a mid 90s moment. So, exhibition casebacks are, relatively speaking, more of a post neo vintage kind of thing. They weren't always necessarily the standard, but the beautiful thing about classic prestige Swiss watchmaking is that it is truly a noble art made for the insiders. So a lot of the best watchmakers had the pride in their own work that the fact that another watchmaker would see it once they remove the case back was enough for them to keep a certain standard. And of course, the Geneva seal was a thing, before exhibition case backs became part of an industry-wide practice. So, all of that being said, from a standpoint of quality, I mean, look, the most pedestrian way of putting it, the easiest way of putting it, is the fact that AP more or less always produced less watches than Patek. It was always more exclusive. It was always more limited.
Yeah.
So there is a certain sense that there were more man hours on every single watch. That
Right.
might not always universally translate into better quality, but it certainly gives them an edge. Whether you prefer it to Patek or Vacheron, I think I would leave that to you to explore, to you to actually see hands-on, close up, ideally with even a loop. But ultimately, I think, the non-Royal Oak, vintage, neo-vintage AP, pardon me, is a world unto its own, and I think it's much. It's not necessarily maligned, but it's certainly mostly, if not overlooked, certainly very niche, because it's also just very rare and expensive.
That
With
makes it pretty
Vacheron,
cool too. Just the fact of its it's just the simple fact that it's like niche in of itself, and they're not made anymore, of course.
Yeah, I think that is pretty cool. With Vacheron, you have the advantage of it being simply more under the radar, and still, especially when it comes to dress watches from the 60s, it's just there's so many great deals to be found in that whole category. So I yeah, and it's also, as a channel, as the person who leads this platform, I also feel obliged to tell people something they don't already know. Any fool who has a microphone can tell you, go after Patek. And you can say the same thing about any AP as well. But for example, Vacheron dress watches from the 60s, there are not enough people pushing them. And for now, that's a good thing, because that still makes them relatively undiscovered category, and certainly a very good value proposition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm some of those 60s Vacherons, like I'm not sure why, but like you would obviously be able to answer this question, but like why do vintage 60s watches, I'm not sure if it's a domed crystal, but sort of the edges of the watch are always distorted, whether it's a vintage Omega Seamaster or a
Mm.
vintage Vacheron. Like, is it just a way of production back in the day?
It is the structure of the crystal, whether we're talking about domed or glass box style. Sometimes in Rolex GMT Masters, for example, they're called top hats, a little more raised. And especially when they're acrylic, and not sapphire, when they're plastic, basically, they do introduce that kind of distortion. And of course, they're a little more warm in a way compared to the coldness of the sapphire. They scratch easily, but also in a way very uniformly. So even that gives a certain allure to a lot of the acrylic crystals.
Yeah.
But first and foremost, it is the structure, it is the build, and oftentimes it's also the material. So there is a different visual taste even to it when it comes to a vintage piece.
Yeah, I can't explain it, but it also just kind of reminds me of like Bauhaus design. Maybe it's because I've seen, those Youngins watches have still to this day, still like the Max Bill has the beautiful domed sort of distorted edges.
Mm.
But yeah, I just really love that design.
Yeah, sure. There's something to be said about that kind of minimalist aesthetic that certain principles of Art Deco or Bauhaus design privileges.
Mm. Yeah, it's because like Bauhaus isn't quite, mid-century modern. It's still slightly, it's not Art Deco. Obviously, they're both different. They're both from the same period, but they're both different. Obviously, Art Deco, there's obviously cross influencing there, but yeah, it's just it's sort of that, like, yeah, as you said, like romantic traditionalism mixed with sort of this modernism, obviously, that you associate with the 60s, sort of that mid-century type, you know 60s, space race. It just you can't quantify it, but it's just kind of contained within that aesthetic.
This is very interesting. Piece, kind of similar to what they had also as ceinture, which was like a belt buckle. This is more elliptical, but still has that kind of double bezel design that kind of still gives the impression of a belt buckle. As you can see, the crystal is a little banged up. Whether that looks romantic or damaged to you, I will leave it to you to decide. The railroad track for the minutes and the stylized Roman numerals with the watchmaker's 4 and the secret Cartier signature at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
The sapphire cabochon on the beaded crown.
What year is this watch from?
This should be either 60s or 70s. Let me check if it's listed here. It's not actually listed.
Yeah, just again,
on
it
the-
gives off that 60s vibe. Like 60s watches are just, when you look at them, they just seem so like strongly tied to that era.
I see that those heat blued
Yeah.
sword hands.
Yeah, like I think that like sort of curve, like linear streamlined structure kind of comes from like that sort of, you know, Art Deco, like sort of like design that you almost saw in like those diners and stuff. Again, that were like widely spread in the 60s with the, you know, when you had McDonald's, you know, becoming a huge thing. I don't know if you've seen that movie, The Founder, but
I did. I'm a huge fan of Michael Keaton in general. I was actually just earlier today, before the show, I was watching his Batman a little bit, which is still one of my favorites, especially owing to the Prince soundtrack. There were some good tunes in that, especially Party Man.
right.
That's a great song, one of my favorites. And I also love the scene when Joker goes in with his crew to vandalize the Gotham Museum.
Mm-hmm.
Have you watched that
Well,
89 Batman?
I'm actually a huge film fan. Like I'm much more articulate in that area than watches, and you know, I really like those Batman movies from the 90s. They're definitely underrated. You know, I'm a huge fan of Tim Burton, and they kind of have that German expressionist set design. So I'm a huge fan. And obviously, you know, you have like Jack Nicholson, you know, his charm just carries right through the screen. And Michael Keaton too, honestly. Yeah, so those movies, mostly just for the set design though, I just really like them. They're visually captivating.
Of course, that particular scene owes a lot, of course, to that
Yeah.
to that set design as well. But you remember that scene when he stops his guy and says, "Keep that. I kind of like it." With the Francis Bacon painting, it was that
Yeah,
was
of
beautiful
course.
for me. It's like a figure. I think it's figure with meat. I think it's supposed to be a version of that. And you know, I think
Like
it
the
would
painting that's
surprise
like
no
the
one.
split open thing, carcass.
Hmm?
The painting that's that like gruesome, like split open, like animal almost.
Yeah, let
It's
me
like
pull it up.
with the guy in the middle. Yeah. No, the movie, like for, you know, I mean, obviously superhero movies today are just incoherent, like piles of like not funny comedy, but like, you know, the Batman, like those films were those were like some real movies, I have to say. even just with the integration of like art, like the Francis Bacon influence. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, that's this figure with meat.
There's this Polish painter who kind of does this like nihilistic style that kind of is like super gruesome to look at, that kind of looks like that as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with any Polish painters, so feel free to educate me.
Name I'm not great with like pronouncing, but I think it was like Zdzisław Beksinski.
Okay.
You know, there's quite a lot of videos on YouTube of him about his work, but he was like a sculptor, and he, you know, his paintings were like surrealist, sort of dystopian, but he also kind of used like Baroque and Gothic architecture in it. So it's kind of this like utopian, like doomsday type of vibe you get from his paintings. It's pretty they're pretty hard to look at. They're not just some like pleasant thing you put on your wall. They're kind of like nihilistic, but it's interesting.
Bad dance. But yeah, this is basically, you know, I think here it gives you the cue. This is a painting by Velázquez of a pope. I don't remember which pope. Apologize for my ignorance of certain moments in Christian history, but it's basically building on the
was that
stately
Pope Innocent? Pope Innocent.
Probably is
Yeah.
the Pope innocent? Just kidding. It
enough.
just plays with the whole stately expression of that kind of portraiture, kind of peeling back a little bit, perhaps a little too literally and too on the nose. But yeah, I like Francis Bacon. I like Lucien Freud. I like Egon Schiele, and they seem to also, all of them seem to be obsessed somehow with the human form in general. So anyway, I love that scene.
For like the neo-noir vibe of the film.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah, I'm a huge noir fan as well.
And yeah, of course, that Party Man tune is amazing, that they're blasting from the boombox
right
in that scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting piece by Cartier Paris, Gondole Ellipse. The buy it now price is $7,800 in US dollars. The current bid, with about 12 days to go, stands at $2,250 for lot number 6. Pardon me, my astigmatism, speaking of which, is getting to that time at night where I can't see properly, but it's quite all right. Here's a stainless
I'm kind
steel.
of getting there too, Lord, because I'm actually 2 hours ahead here in Winnipeg. So
True.
yeah, it's like 1:30 a.m. here, but it was total honor to be on the live stream and chat with you.
Hey man, you're always welcome. Feel free to jump on whenever you feel like it, whenever you are available.
Yeah, appreciate it. I might have to do it when some of the your other experts that you have on, like Sasquatch, and can't remember his full username, but to carry the watch conversation. But you know, I'm happy to be a part of it. You know, it's an honor.
For sure.
So,
Whenever
again, thank you.
you like. Whenever you like, whether there's other company or not, feel free to jump on.
Yeah.
Especially if you have, you know, something that you feel strongly about, that you want to talk about, you know, it's always better.
Yeah, you know, I'll do some thinking, so I'll have something good to say for next live stream. But
You already did. You already had plenty of good things to say. So thank you for
trying to
coming
develop
over.
my intellectual process with watches, but I'm only 18, so I think I have lots of time to develop it. And again, your channel's been like, super formative in that. So yeah.
Very cool, man. I'm so happy to hear. I don't get too involved with it, but I look at my Google Analytics, and most of the people who watch this channel are like 35 years and older. So I'm very happy to have some younger viewers as well. So it makes me really happy that you are one of them, and that you actually interact in the chat, and that you jumped on the panel today. So I hope you continue to do that. I appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you. Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you so much, Lord or Brando, wherever you go by now.
Okay.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Take
Thank
care,
you.
Jack. Lovely to see you, man. Take care. Yeah, it's very refreshing. Again, as I said, I don't get too involved in it, but I do take a look at Google Analytics, and it's it wouldn't surprise anyone that we have a viewership, we have an audience that's mostly comprised of older gentlemen, but it's good to see that youngins like Jack are part of the community. And I know there are some women out there, and I know it can be pretty much a sausage party for the most part, but it's really up to you to change that. It's really up to you to participate more actively, at least in the chat. And it always helps balance things out. I know, again, there are women who are listening, there are women who are watching, but it's even better when you participate. It broadens our perspective. And yes, looping back to that famous Gotham Museum scene, as Joker said, "Gentlemen, let's broaden our minds." So on that note, this is lot number 7, which is Patek Philippe hand-wound Calatrava in stainless steel. The reference number is 3419, a 3-hander with seconds on a crosshair styled subdial from early 60s, diameter that's right around 34.5. I think this is a very cool design, and certainly has an inheritance from a Bauhaus aesthetic, even though it's not necessarily a pure example of that. The watch overall is in decent condition, even though it's not necessarily impeccable. But the case, by and large, is well preserved. The generic buckle. This is what I was talking about earlier, right? Whether there's a solid case back or not, whether the movement is exhibited or not, there's a certain level of craftsmanship and artisanry that goes into these movements, which is oftentimes also signified by the hallmark of Geneva, but not always. This is a very nicely designed and beautifully attired classic hand-wound caliber with a slightly oversized balance wheel too, which is a delight to watch, of course, when it is at work, when you can glimpse onto it. But most of the magic happens under that solid case back. I mean, look at those Geneva stripes on the bridge plates. It's beautiful. Overall, the 3419 is I think a very nice Calatrava. Not necessarily the most desirable and covetable from the time period, but I think certainly that can give you a lot of joy with a relatively decent value proposition as well. And here you can see Lot 7 has not yet attracted any bids. The starting bid would be 8,950, and there's a buy it now option as well at 22,300. If you have any requests, if you want me to take a closer look at any of the lots here, please do not hesitate to send in the lot number with a super chat. I skip over some of the stuff. I might not get into all of these before I close at the end of the night, usually by midnight. Maybe I'll find some. I'll get my second wind, as we used to say in boxing. Maybe I'll find some untapped reserve of energy. Maybe someone will jump on the panel and ignite things once again, but there's a good chance that I might close in the next 25 minutes. So feel free to send in a super chat if you want to join, if you want to somehow get a subject discussed, or just want me to take a look at a particular kind of watch. In the meantime, I'm looking at lot number 9 of the current vintage and neo vintage watches auction by Ineichen Zürich. That's going on online, and that still has about 12 days to go. We're looking at Breguet perpetual calendar from early 2000s with the reference number 5227. Rather large case for a Breguet at 40 millimeters. The visual cues, however, remain the same, with silver dial produced from a gold blank and engine turned by hand for decoration. That whimsical moon phase here, glimpse through an aperture between 1 and 2 o'clock. Pointer date at 6. Leap year indicator at around 8 o'clock. Day of the week at around 3 o'clock. There's also a power reserve indicator right at 10:30. and the months are indicated by a micro hand right around the hand stack. For hour and minutes, you have the classic Breguet styled hands, apple shaped or palm. All of these hands are heat blued and out of stainless steel. Breguet frosted track for the hour markers, which are Roman numerals. And there are two hidden Breguet signatures that flank Roman numeral 12. A 40 millimeter yellow gold case, finely fluted all across the case band with teardrop lugs. Deployant clasp in matching 18 karat yellow gold. And very nicely attired movements, which is powered, charged by an by an oscillating weight placed off center and open worked to bring the initial of the mark into sharp relief. It's also freehand engraved for further detail. This is lot number 9 for a Breguet perpetual calendar, reference 5327 BA in yellow gold. The bidding currently stands at $16,750 in US dollars with about 12 days to go. The fixed price, pardon me, is 39,000 in US dollars, which might end the auction at any moment. There is no buyer's premium, so what you see is what you get here. That is for lots number 9. Lot number 10 is a modern classic by Patek. These pieces were made in a limited series in 1997 to commemorate the opening of the new facilities in Plan-les-Ouates. The reference number is 5500, and the current model that you are looking at is actually in yellow gold. I want to double check and see how many were made in yellow gold. So 1,100 pieces in yellow gold, 500 in pink gold, 250 in white gold, and 150 in platinum. These pieces were built, shaped after a classic vintage piece, a very collectible piece by Patek, that were also nicknamed the Eiffel Tower, because the case shape from the profile looks like the base of that famous Parisian landmark. They also look like parts of the East Asian style tower, Pagoda. So that is the nickname adopted for the modern recreation. Very nice stylized tang buckle there in matching yellow gold. And the case back is actually engraved with the dates and the name in scare quotes, Pagoda. The dimensions of the case are relatively modern, kind of in the way of a Gantai reversal, 29.5 by 41. Applied Roman numerals, champagne toned dial, and black hands, which are leaf shaped for the hour and minutes, and kind of like an alpha shape for the seconds hand, which indicates the seconds in a rectangular railroad track subdial at 6 o'clock. This is a very beautiful and uniquely styled watch in relatively limited numbers of 1,100 examples in yellow gold. Here at lot 10, it has so far failed to attract any bids. The fixed price would be 33,450, which is a lot for what it is. But considering that the starting bid right now starts at 11,150, it might shape up to be an attractive value proposition in the long run. Please hit the like button, by the way. That always helps, especially for an itsy bitsy channel like mine. It makes a huge difference. So please do that if you haven't already. It's much appreciated. We're looking at the vintage and neo-vintage watches by Ineichen, which is an auction that started about a day ago and still has a little more than 12 days before the bidding closes. We took a look at a few pieces already. We're looking at a Jaeger-LeCoultre piece here with caliber 481. A very nice look and kind of a signature Jaeger-LeCoultre piece because it has that lovely opening there right at 12 o'clock, which is a power reserve indicator for a self-winding watch. I have a signature JLC thing to do in the time period. A bumper automatic caliber, as you can see inside. And this piece has a 37 millimeter, 18 carats yellow gold case with a kind of gold tones dial. Feuille hands and a sweep center seconds hand. Feuille hands for the hour and minutes. Sweep center seconds hand. Arabic numerals applied at the quarters. and multifaceted baton markers for the rest of the indices. Interesting piece. Seemingly in decent condition. Starting bid is $4,500 in US dollars, and the fixed price for lot number 11 is $10,050. There's a very charming triple calendar with moon phase indicator by Omega at lot 15. This is a 35 millimeter stainless steel case with that curved Hasselite crystal, which gives it a nice warm look, which is of course only enhanced by the patina on the dial. The date is indicated across the perimeter of the dial, printed in blue. There are two apertures right under the signature of the brand at 12 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. And at 6 o'clock, within the subsidiary dial for the seconds, there is an opening for the moon phase as well, which has that whimsical and anthropomorphic face. Behind the case back is a hand-wound caliber. This is lot 15. The bidding currently stands at 1,150 with about 12 days to go. And the fixed price is 5,600, which might end the auction at any point. No buyer's premium is involved in this Ineichen auction. We're going to look at about two more or maybe three watches and then call it a day. If you would like to contribute to the channel, you know how. It is included in the video description. It is now crawling in the rolling ticker, and most certainly it is now going to be included in the chats as well. Even pinned as a link. Again, I appreciate you guys. As you know, the channel now has memberships available. If you turn on allow gifts on the channel, you might still qualify for one of those free trial memberships that have been gifted by Alireza. And again, those don't renew on their own. So don't be afraid. No one is going to try to trick you into getting into something that you're not interested in the long term. But that trial month allows you to sample the exclusive contents that had been so far only available to my Patreon supporters. So week by week, I am rolling out 3 videos at a time. Some of these digests that I have recorded exclusively for my most loyal supporters on Patreon, where I go through 3-4 watches at a time that are curated around a certain theme, complication, brand, model, historical era, and they are always good value propositions. That's for sure the case. But even if you are not necessarily ready or willing to pull the trigger at the time, since I go through the horological, historical, and other reasons that make these watches such value propositions, I think each time there's something quite educational and informative about that content. So feel free to check it out on YouTube. The entry-level subscription is at a quite attractive price point, just $4.99. If you sign up for the $24.99 on YouTube or Patreon, you would actually be getting those videos on a daily basis in real time. And I send one video out for every day, which adds up to almost 100 different watch deals that I come across online in a monthly basis. I think that's great value for that price point, which is $24.99. So if you prefer to sign up for that on YouTube or Patreon, those are both available. And if you simply want to contribute to the channel, whether that is through PayPal or Cash App or by any other method, please feel free. At the end of the day, this is completely autonomous, absolutely independent platform, which means that I can serve my audience and my audience only, but I'm also beholden to you. And any contributions you make are certainly reflected in the quality and quantity of content on this channel. So feel free, and I appreciate any contribution. Even your support and presence here in the chat is quite valuable. Hit the like button, share the content, help me expand the community, and that already gives me a lot to build on. So thank you for all your help and support. Let's talk about 2 more watches and call it a day. We are looking at a classic Vacheron Constantin dress watch here at lot 12 in 18 karat yellow gold. It is right around 32 millimeters, so rather diminutive by today's standards. Hand wound in yellow gold with a finely fluted bezel, angular and slightly extended lugs, very clean silvered sunburst finished dial, pencil hands and baton indices, very classic and clean look for a 2-hander, knife thin piece with beautifully stylized lugs too, kind of flame shaped at the end. Wow, what a beautiful piece. Maybe too fine for a lot of modern gentlemen, but what a delight. This is a classic Vacheron Constantin dress watch. 6351 is the reference number. Knife edge piece, 32 millimeters. This piece has so far not attracted any bids, so the starting bid would be 2,250, and the fixed price, which might end the auction at any point, is set at 7,800. At any rate, there are about 12 days to go, so still plenty of time. That was lot 12 for a classic Vacheron Constantin dress watch in 18 karat yellow gold, two-hander, beautiful piece. One more. Let's do it. This is one of my favorite vintage pieces by Jaeger-LeCoultre. It is the triple calendar. They made these pieces for themselves, but also for Cartier and Vacheron Constantin too, in the same time period. I love them especially with the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, which is just like the version that the famous painter Pablo Picasso wore. This has just the triple calendar with an oversized subsidiary dial for seconds at 6. Pink gold case that is right around 35.5 millimeters in diameter, but certainly has a lively presence on the wrist with those stylized teardrop-shaped lugs. The case is slightly oxidized at parts. You can say the same thing about the Dauphine hands, but the dial is rather clean and has a very warm and even patina. The date is indicated along the periphery of the dial, railroad track for the minutes, arrow indices, multifaceted, and applied Arabic numerals at 12, 3, and 9 o'clock. The case itself is very well preserved otherwise. Here's a glimpse of the movement with broad, shallow Geneva stripes on the bridge plates and beautiful circular graining, perlage on the base plates. And of course on the inside of the case back. Lot number 18 is a Jaeger-LeCoultre triple calendar. The current bid stands at 3,350 in US dollars with about 12 days to go. And the buy it now option, which is set at 8,950 in US dollars, might end the auction at any point. That was lot 18 for a JLC triple calendar. I'll do one more watch. What the hell? Let's do it. This is a Vacheron Constantin triple calendar. Is a little bit of a different style and from a later period with a guilloche decorated dial that has a champagne-like hue. The case is in 18 karat yellow gold and 36 millimeters in diameter. The engine turn decoration at the center dial is a wave-like pattern, or vague in French. Look at that beautiful night sky and stars on the background of the moon phase. English calendar with the date pointed across the perimeter of the dial, and a railroad track for the minutes, fine pencil hands, and multifaceted applied arrow-like indices, Arabic numerals at 3, 6, and 9, and an applied Maltese cross at 12 o'clock, to aperture right under the signature of the brand, which is inscribed on a plaque for the day of the week and for the month. This is lot 20 for a Vacheron Constantin neo-vintage triple calendar in an 18 karat yellow gold case, 36 millimeters in diameter. The first bid has been placed on this watch, so the bidding stands at $8,950 in US dollars. The fixed price would be $20,050 in USD. About 12 days to go. There's still a long time. I think it would probably not be bought with a fixed price, but who knows? These kinds of pieces are increasingly more desirable. But I think it's still niche enough. 36 millimeters, solid case back. There's still a few things that turn off the average collector here. So someone might get a lot of value from lot number 20, the Vacheron Constantin triple calendar and its neo-vintage guise. Thank you, everybody, for being with me tonight. Thank you, Jack, for jumping on the panel. And thank you, Alireza, for your generous contribution, for your super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for your presence and support in the chat. Please hit the like button on your way out. That always helps. Share the content with everybody. Help me build and expand this community. That would be incredibly generous of you. If you would like to contribute to the channel, you know how. It is included in the video description, pinned in the chat, and it is scrolling now in the rolling ticker. Feel free. YouTube memberships are available too, so consider that as an option as well. It will return to you in terms of the quality and quantity of content on this channel. I will be introducing some new stuff already next week, so keep your eyes peeled. I will see you on the next one, probably tomorrow night, starting at 8 p.m. my time. Already tonight, actually, because we have crossed into Tuesday, even here on the West Coast. So happy 4th. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, celebrating with you July 4th. Take care.